Good evening, everybody. I'm terribly sorry for the delay. I was actually planning on 7 o'clock, and then I just saw the hours go by while I was trying to do, basically everything else I had planned for the day. Um, I do have a bit of a sore on my tongue, which is not great for broadcasting, and I know this happened not too long ago. But I will do my best to you know to broadcast well. Unfortunately, I suspect because of the hour, there's going to be a little bit less attention to this stream, which again, that it is what it is. But it does carry with it the rather sad side effect that there may not be as many people for the character creation. So I'm going to take a minute just to kind of get everything set up. I am also going to read all the patch notes because I think there have been 3 updates since Nocturnal went live on Tuesday, so we are getting the benefit of all of the hard work that all the other testers have put in. And then I can talk. There were definitely a few how do I put it, details. Basically, there's a few reasons why I wasn't able to stream it at the time that I wanted, but that's life. Actually, here's what we'll do. Oh my goodness. Actually, I'm glad that I read this. So I'll just put my display capture up. So Nocturnal Beta, write a truth in a book that no one reads, then drop dead. No one knows what you wrote unless the truth is Newman. We just emailed a bunch of new and existing testers to confirm the release of our final and most lore-heavy beta, Nocturnal. Unless we run into significant bugs we're not expecting, this beta will only run for 1 week. We'll remove access from everyone on Monday, the 24th of July, and will be Book of Hours' last beta release. Get your early access while stocks last. Having a beta live is fantastic for catching issues, but adds support and development burden for us for the duration. So you want a short, sharp pinch for testing to make sure that the game's still holding up okay, then focus dev time in the run-up to launch so we can get stuck into final content passes, technical optimizations, and all the little baubles that make inanimate fir trees, which you've stuck a pot into a magical Christmas tree. What's in Nocturnal? Loads. Everything but the underground dawn area is available to visit. Most of the content, grace notes, polish, bug fixing, achievements, and most of the endings, just not the ones that need access to the underground caves, you name it. There's probably some of it in there. What happens next? Well, the teeny tiny launch will happen on launch day, which, as I'm sure you all know, is Thursday the 17th of August. Did I mention I'd love you to burn this into your memories and those of everyone you already know? Thank you kindly. I'll probably post a final update on game dev progress next week when we hit our internal release candidate milestone, and we'll have some pre-launch reveals over the course of the next month. For now, I will leave you with news that we recently completed all our Newman cards, truths so powerful that they tentatively believe themselves, and there is one in particular that I want you to meet. Okay, so I'm actually really glad that I read this because for some reason I thought that it would be 2 weeks, just because of the previous ones. So I will also give a confession. I'll load up Book of Hours so we can talk over that. And again, I'm trying to get a little bit of lead-in time just so that people can, come in and participate in the character creation if they want. My original plan was, as of Tuesday, to basically stream this every day until the end of the beta. Now, the reason that didn't happen was Tuesday wound up being very busy for me, and Wednesday I had Wednesday I wound up having the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles. So that already meant 2 days. Then I was like, okay, well maybe there is maybe there's something else in terms of maybe there's a little bit something else that I can do in terms of, making all of this work. But yeah, in the end, just it didn't really work, and I figured, okay, well, let's just do this on Friday proper. So I want to do everything I can to help out Book of Hours. That's going to mean that, much like all of the other ones, I'm going to have a notepad open so that I can get ready for some bugs. I actually already saw one thing that I want to comment on now. So just give me a second here. And then, what I'll probably wind up doing, in addition to any streaming that I do, I'm probably going to be recording a bunch of videos which I will post on YouTube, and I might have a separate save for that. So, sorry, I gotta sneeze. So with all of that in mind, realistically, it's today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days for us to, finish off the beta. So realistically, even with one stream a day, there's not a whole lot of Nocturnal that we're going to be able to go through. But like I said, the easy answer for that for me is to just enjoy the game on my own time, record the experience, and then, that'll give me some VODs that I can work with, which, I think is a good second best. And then, of course, it's less than a month away before we get to play the full thing. So that, I think that's going to mean, I think that's going to be, one, very exciting. I'm a little concerned about some of the special plans that I had for that. I need to hear back from some people, but we're going to do our best to, make it a big thing. I'm really looking forward to this. Sorry, I prepared some Evening Isles coffee for the occasion. Okay. Save problem. Unfortunately, your save file is either corrupt or incompatible with the latest version of the game. Hit begin again to purge this file. Sorry, just taking a quick look here. Okay, I'm gonna just sign out of the game and jump back in because I really want to get rid of that save problem message. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly, Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. Here we go. Release Nocturnal. Nearly all of Hush House is acceptable, but the caves below remain locked for now. This phase is accessible only until the 24th of July. Hotfix 2023 7P1. Visible states for pets. Endings once again correspond correctly to Numina. Fix some weird room connections, aspect art for determinations, another round of copy tweaks, some art and UI tidying. Visitor fixes and visibility. There have been some fiddly issues with incidents, affairs, matters, never changing. The mechanics of how all this works are now more visible. If the fixes didn't work, it will be easier to see and report what is going on. And a message from Alexis and Lottie. This is the last, maybe the last but one patch in the last phase of the beta. Next week, we will power down the beta keys, take the beta offline, and spend the 24 days before launch fixing all the bugs the beta turned up. Thank you for all your help. We hope you enjoyed it. See you in August, and watch the skies for something fun next week. I'm thinking that might be a new trailer, but I don't know. Let's do a new credit screen. So design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Art, UI, production, Lottie Bevan. Testing, coding, and support, Chelnock. Icon art by Clockwork Cuckoo. Room art by Adrian Degan, and music by Mickey Mar Productions Limited, Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, with eternal thanks to Mickey Erb. Alright, so I have a couple of notes that I want to make here just off the top. So forgive me, but I want to make sure that I'm getting my reports in properly. Just especially given the time. Sadly, Windows does not save the folder that I put my screenshots in. So I also got to see the version I'm on. Okay. We are ready to go. Let's begin. Brandkrug, March 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brandkrug are treacherous. The cold comes first, thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sands of the beach. There is something in my hand. So, half-drowned health. Shivers racked my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Health, heart, winter, an element of the soul, malady, soaked. Memory storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. And drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. St. Brendan's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Brandkrug village find oddities washed up here. So, what do we have to work with? We have memories in a book. I remember. Perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. And Brandkrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? So we've got Fet, Core, and Shaft. So I've got some ideas about what I can select as we go by, but I do want to give chat an option of picking whatever elements I have for myself. So we can begin with Shaft, Eloquence and Understanding. The door opens both ways. The human soul has 9 parts. Eloquence and understanding rise from the part of the soul we call shaft. Is my shaft strong? Recover this. The other 2 will be lost to the sea for now. We've got core, exuberant, instinct, rhythm. The human soul has 9 parts. Exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct all rise from that part of the soul we call core. Is my core strong? And finally, Fet. The part of us which dreams. The human soul has 9 parts. Fet is that part of the soul that dreams. Is my Fet strong? Recover this. The other 2 are lost to the sea for now. So I will, I guess I can't, oh no, I can pause. So I'll give people a second here. If you have a choice between Shaft, Core, and Fet, we can move ahead. But I do know, like I said, with a late start, I'm kind of expecting there to be a smaller turnout this time around. So for those of you who are, just here to hang out, please don't feel obligated to mention. I just wanted to give the long introduction was mostly a chance to let people file in and decide what they wanted in terms of what bet it is. There will be another option that you can select momentarily. This is the coast where Brandkrug Isle lies. I've seen it in my dreams, night after night. I know there's no way I can cross to the isle of these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. So we'll collect everything. Ooh, I'm liking the new look. Alright, once again, we have metal, the capacity for meaningful choice. Metal is the soul's tempering will. The soul's tempering, will, self-discipline. That part of us which makes the right choice. Choose a strong metal and a past where you made mistakes. The waves will wash away the others for now. We have whist. Actually, I should be reading this. Name memory the part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone, what remains after the rest has passed. Choose a strong whist and a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. The waves will wash away the others for now. We have Faust. Faust is the light within, sight, perception, inspiration. Choose a strong Faust and a past with a pursuer who can see the light within you. The waves will wash away the others for now. It is. I noticed just a few changes. So I have not touched Nocturnal yet. I actually probably should have stressed this a little bit more. That we are playing an early beta with the symbol down here. So this is a beta. If you're making buying decisions off of this, please know that the full game comes out in under a month. And welcome, Predator S. So I am giving people the option of picking the elements of the soul if they so choose. I'm on to the last one here. Arab. Arab is the shadow in the soul cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Choose a strong Arab and a past where your passions are paramount. The waves will wash away the others for now. So I was personally going to go for whist or Arab, and probably whist. But now is the time to speak up if you would like to see something different. I already know what I'm going to use for my first playthrough of the full game, but whist seems fun. All right, RFS MGG 00. Welcome both of you, by the way. Thank you for that. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone. What remains after the rest is past. Actually, this might be the archaeologist opening now that I... There are things, still things I don't remember, but I do remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. They're all different. So if it's not clear, like basically there's just it's kind of a more, it's the division of the two in the background. I think because Faust is like yellow, it looks a bit more stark. But in this case here, all of the cards kind of seem to have the very, I don't want to say like checkerboard look, but I think that's kind of the key difference here. All right, Brandkrug village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of the wind. Which way? So, of course, we're trying to solve the first puzzle here. Brandkrug village, the sanctuary in the storm. I'll need to help to climb the cliffs in the dark. The locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the restoration and the new king. So, Assistant Sky skeptical. Of course, we can look for help. Brandkrug village and shelter lies nearby, if I can only muster my remaining strength to find help. Deja vu? Did I dream of this beach and the wind? If I did, I might remember the path I took in that dream, a path which brought me light. At last, the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face looms out in the night. Fisherman's assistance. A fisherman from Brandkrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path, if he trusts me. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, usually whenever there's a change to any kind of UI, there's always... Oh, this is interesting. Crowcross Sands doesn't seem to be locked up anymore. I wonder if that's because people were confused and were trying to access this area. Mind you, there isn't really anything for us to do here, so that may not mean much. We'll take a look at that later. But anyways, allaying suspicion. Come no closer. What's thy business? Is there someone who might vouch with me with the villagers? Be someone that'll speak for ye? Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners, but there is someone in Brandkrug I know. So you like when they're you like the kind of the grayed out version. Interesting. I kind of noticed it right away, but I'll be honest. I'm digging this. We'll see how it works once we have the full collection. But I'll take ye by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Oh, this takes time now. Oh, that's a nice little touch. I don't know if you noticed the spark on the telephone. Oh, cool. The achievements. In the Isle's shadow, I found my way through the storm to Brandkrug village. Alright. A walk on the moor. Oh! Interesting! So the moor used to be like way up in the corner here. Also, I like the fact that they've sort of built out the map a bit. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute to admire all of the changes. So all of the details are sort of added. You can kind of see the seam here, but it's not sort of like a deal breaker. But yeah, I do like that there's there's more fields and all of that. So the I mean, I guess technically the telephone pole kind of jumps off into nowhere, but yeah, so I guess like there used to be the moor kind of off in the distance somewhere. So there's the moor here. So I suppose the question is, there's another spark on the pole. Okay, so Crowcross Sands gets cloudy afterwards. So we'll see if we can find the offering place afterwards. Oh, this is neat. You can see. I wonder. I don't think those footsteps were here before. Does anybody remember if there were footsteps here when we found out? That's a really neat touch if they added that after we made it to the village. Sorry, I'm just liking all of these little details. Okay, an old friend's address. Mr. Kill is the coffin maker of Brandkrug village. I once wrote kindly of his poetry. His home is always open to me, though he's asked for me never to mention poetry in front of Mrs. Kill. I can find shelter for tonight under their roof once I've reached Brandkrug village. Mrs. Kill is the Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. Mr. Kill struggles with the door. The wind almost snatches it from his hands. The storm wind plucks at you both. Shelter? Shelter! The wind almost snatches it from his hands. His eyes widen as he sees me. Mr. Kill constructed the bed himself. Look at this. I rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It's not a comfortable bed, but it's dry, clean, and warm. Brandkrug village. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself, and like Hush House, Brandkrug village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. I sit up talking with Mr. and Mrs. K as the wind rattles the shutters and the fire shrugs its way emberward. I am very hungry, and Mrs. K's gallets are impossibly good. Mr. K pretends to grumble about foreign cooking. No one is convinced. So it looks like Satisfaction's gotten a bit of a facelift as well. It's got that nice little star in the background. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others, so that's Grail and Heart. We've also got Fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. And Health, the dwelling place of the soul. The ninth of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. Now I'm curious about this, so it's actually ranking them. Okay, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So I suppose it's up to us to figure out what the ordering of the other ones. All right, dawn. At this time, the sisters of the abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of for the office of Aurora. And we are in spring. The world warms. If you will excuse me for a quick second, I'm not going to run ads or anything like that, but I do like to keep some notes in my tablet. And given that we're in Nocturnal with the final version, I'd kind of like to get some details written down. So I'm just going to get up and go to the other room for a second, and then we'll be back to give this the full treatment. Did we run out of music already? Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just going to set myself up. So I had like a numbers spreadsheet with some notes from Book of Hours, and then I have a proper kind of just a page of notes. Although it's been a while, so where the hell are they? Ah, there we go. Okay. So I suppose the question now is, what do I want to do with the day? We'll have some weather in a minute. So our first task is going to be to unlock the Mistcloak Bridge. That can be done with Forge, Lantern, or Sky. Now I suppose Mr. Kill will already give us some Sky, so perhaps we start there. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. Okay, so now I think if I... Right, it's Grail or Winter, so I'm actually only able to use one of the... Oh, wait, no, but maybe the day hasn't started yet, so... Mr. Kill always enjoys the chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So if we wanted, we could try and get the book, but let's actually start with the assistance from Mr. Kill. There's a small chance the day hasn't started yet, and we can get the refresh. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Coffin Maker's Assistance, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. I am actually curious, for those of you who are interested in the audience participation side of this, does anybody have a history that they're most looking forward to trying first, or is there either a character that you have as a favorite or a background that you're wanting to try first when the game releases next month? All right. Unlock this one. Ooh, that takes a full minute now. So my other option, I could try the Sea of Hostile Faces, but I suppose that would require, I suppose that would have required Mr. Kill. So it's going to be a pretty quiet day at the start, I think. Although, come to think of it, it's dawn when we cross off of the edge, or maybe it's morning. The third hour, when the office of Terse once was sung. Watch as the day opens like a door. I still kind of need to read exactly how this works. I suppose it's clearly not dawn because our items here haven't refreshed. Alright, lodge at the gate, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So that would require Forge, Heart, or Knock. And it also requires an assistant. It requires assistance, which I would only be able to get from the Sweet Bones, which I can't do because I haven't talked with... I don't have access to Mr. Kill or a bed, so... You do enjoy, is it Father Timothy or Reverend Timothy? I suppose it doesn't really matter either way, personally, so I believe I'll start with Faust, although I don't know between the first trio which I'll take. I have a very clear idea. Reverend Timothy, by far, is a favorite character of mine. If I am honest, I share quite a few of his qualities. Well, at least a few of what one might perceive as his negative qualities. I had to laugh when I heard it's like, Reverend Timothy doesn't expect me to listen to everything he says, but I'm always glad when I do. And the fact that he takes longer to get a memory from, I thought was just a delightful little extra touch. So I am absolutely on your side in terms of Timothy. Before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour, when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. You're not too sure. You haven't really looked into this game since the demo. I'd like to see Ithistry and Nyctodromy endings, though. Okay, I'm actually trying to remember... Man, it is... I actually don't think I know the backgrounds well enough to link them to their position on the Tree of Wisdoms. But that will be a project for the full release. Afternoon, the little hour called Nons, when the doors of the mansis are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. So I am actually kind of curious. Is anyone here familiar with the idea of a book of hours? Like, is anyone kind of familiar with the concept that that's referring to? Because it's a very clever... as I suspect probably anybody... would expect from Weather Factory. It's a very clever title, but do we know which of the hours was the 6th in Cultist Simulator? 1 second. I'm absolutely referring to the Christian Book of Hours. So I have the Tarot of the Hours, which I've opened exactly once before, but I believe... the 6th hour would be the Witch and Sister, although I suppose you were asking... So the 6th is the Witch and Sister, but if you're asking for 6 p.m., that would be the 18th hour. in which case that would be the sister in Witch. This is actually the first time I have had cause for referencing the the Tarot of the Hours on stream. Oh, I don't know the hours myself, but yeah. So out of curiosity, RFS MGG. I'd love it if I can get mostly just if I can get other people's familiarity, because like I honestly I know this mostly because my aunt is an Anglican minister, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm an expert on it. So if you wanted to share with the class, you can. Otherwise, I can sort of I'll probably just invoke Wikipedia on here rather than try to be a try to be in this expert. It makes sense. Interesting that the morning description refers to a change in them. Yeah, I mean, this is see, the drawback is okay. I know we're holding off on some progress in the game here, but I figured this is actually kind of an interesting way of talking about my own little Secret Histories journey. So when I first got into Cultist Simulator, I wasn't that far out of school, and like there was something that I really connected to in terms of like this idea of trying to grapple with things that you had a little bit of insight on, but you had to like sort of try and figure that all. It's almost like grad school the game, but not really. And then when you play the game, it's really clear that there is this division between the mundane world and this special world, and sort of this idea of the great work, and essentially you having this very special thing that may only mean something to you, but the pursuit of that may be something that the world is at best indifferent to, at worst actively hostile to. And I thought it was really interesting to see a game that was kind of all about that tension and that push and pull. And the world of it was very interesting. But I mean, I remember when I started, I actually couldn't distinguish between the aspects and the hours. So for instance, I would have thought that the Watchman or the Door in the Eye and Lantern were the same thing. Now I suppose that one, I think this may be new music, that one's maybe a little bit more forgivable, but the idea of hours that have more than one aspect would have been a little unusual for me. I'm actually still trying to get a little bit of a read in terms of exactly what these new aspects are, such as sky and such. Mickey Mar Productions, well endowed with the aspect of sky. So, is this introduction of new principles, does that tie with the new king? Is it coincidental? Does it have any meaning for the existing hours, and so on and so forth? So what's been interesting, of course, is that I've played Cultist Simulator basically from not its first prototype, but its first sort of Unity-based prototype, all the way up to today. I finished the Librarian run on YouTube most recently, but this is the point now where I'm sort of looking for sort of fun challenges to do. And obviously, for me, a lot of the fun has been now sort of picking apart some of the lore and appreciating the deeper world in there. I always wanted to get a little bit more into enigmas than I ever wound up really getting. And unfortunately, it looks like they're closed down now, which I think makes a lot of sense for why, but I think it's a shame because I thought it was a really neat idea. But, for example, going through Exile again, I read some things in Exile that I then compared particularly with the starting year of Book of Hours, and I was like, oh man, this seems to be going to a really interesting place. So, part of the fun now, I actually still have my, what do I think this game is about, and what's like, I kind of want to keep this stuff under my hat until I play the full thing, but there's kind of an angle that I have on this, which I think is kind of neat. And again, I think it's something that people haven't done in a game, and I think it's an interesting perspective on, the occult and, all of these, in history, the different occultists, people like Aleister Crowley, but not just that. I mean, if you want, you can think of even people like William Butler Yeats, who I actually think had like a tiff with Crowley, but yeah, I mean, there's so much to look at in here. And I definitely feel that there's sort of a spine to this, which is really interesting. But on the other hand, I also feel that there is so much in the world of the secret histories, so much of the lore that I haven't, touched on yet, that I do kind of want to, to sort of really poke and give pay special attention to the different descriptions. You do think it's interesting that in Nectar, it mentions that it had a previous name. I think that is blood, which makes me think that it may be something akin to the old forces rising back. Yes, absolutely. I think that's a good take. One thing I did just want to say, so I think the idea here in terms of the canonical hours, you have this idea of sort of the division of the day into basically kind of these times of prayer. Like the way I always sort of think of it is that there's you have like I always remember like sometimes going by churches and they would always refer to Vespers. So there's sort of the prayer liturgy. So there's I just found a list of it. So Matins, Lauds, Prime, Terce, Sext, Nons, Vespers, and Compline. And then the three major hours were Manus, Lauds, and Vespers. And then the minor hours, Terce, Sext, Nons, and Compline. So, and then it says, nighttime, early morning, first hour of daylight, third hour noon, ninth hour sunset, evening, end of day. And what's interesting here is that in terms of the hours in Cultist Simulator, right, there is a certain number of them. They have been added and they've been removed. But obviously, like, you have events like the Intercalate, which does actually correspond to a change in terms of the calendar. So this division of the day, and specifically so like one of the things that I'm interested in is this shift in terms of the calendar? Does that reflect, like, did the calendar change reflecting an underlying change in reality, basically? Or was it the case that the actions that were taken in the world brought about these significant events in sort of the secret world? And then there's other fun stuff, like, if you happen to like reading really old books, it's like Pliny and things like that. There's sometimes a side of me that wonders, like, when you read certain descriptions of of hours and events in history, there's also a side of me that wonders is maybe one of the ideas here that some of the incredible stuff that we'll read in ancient histories, the sort of stuff that Lucian makes fun of in A True Story, is it possible that these are actually honest recordings of things that actually happened, and that ultimately all that has happened here is that the world has changed in a meaningful way, and that Book of Hours is one that's either approaching or possibly just after another major change like that. And I mean, the other thing is, I could be completely wrong on both of those, right? Like, these are, sometimes you have an idea that just sort of rattles around in your head, and does it fit? Do you run into something that sort of contradicts one of your hypotheses? I always like that, because it helps me sort of get a bit of a read in terms of where I'm going in terms of my lore speculations. And more importantly, it gives me reasons to sort of be reading the lore carefully. So if I say, okay, what's the evidence to support, or what's the evidence against this, this particular approach or this particular idea, it gets me reading much more carefully. But I do like this idea. So of course, we've got the Book of Hours, which can refer to the hours that exist inside of the game. So anybody familiar with the Secret Histories will already know this. And yet probably, the inspiration for the hours as a concept on their own probably does actually harken back to, the canonical hours, something that does in fact exist in the real world. and the idea that we divide time differently, or the way, the fact that we divide the world, or we divide time differently in the real world. Again, it may be that there's some interplay in terms of the lore. Like, basically, either we have an effect through the way that we divide these things, or the way that we divide these things reflect the changes in the secret world, which I think is a really neat idea. Night from day, silver from gold. The Vesper hour is when the priests would honor the rising of the evening star, Meniscate. I will confess, I need to sit down and think about my best approach to the first day, because I always feel like my memories get short shrift here. There's kind of an argument to fixing the drowned book, because at least then I can hire... so if we get a satisfaction and a fear... So I guess the drawback here is we wouldn't have Sky from the miner. Yeah, so there isn't that much to do the first day. The other thing that I think is kind of neat, so obviously this game was first pitched as as like a lighter. That's actually referring to the prayer times, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, there's I only noticed after Nons, but we'll see if Matins is mentioned. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Keep vigil. Okay, I'm just going to make a note of that. I'm sure that's already known, but... All right, dawn. At this time, the sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of Aurora. So in this case here, we don't have a direct reference to the... we don't have a direct reference to one of the ones that we talked about, but we could make a guess here that maybe this is Lauds. In any case, we have some work to do. So we need to imbue someone with heart. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let's go to the front room. So my FET doesn't really get me anything right now. Neither does my health. Actually, one thing we can do is we can describe the principles. So heart, the heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world, we understand. The heart is the principle that contains and preserves. Nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Scale, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue, what is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. Whist, lantern, life is a pure flame and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. Winter, winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and those things that are not quite dead. Of course, I am the opposite of winter. Speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So I am going to try and draw out a book now. Mrs. Kill, gloomy as always, kind as ever, lights the kitchen fire and helps me dry the book, while Mr. Kill saws away in the next room. Birth always leaves marks, she opines, as she carefully tucks fragments of muslin between the damp pages. Hail! That's a new one. Ice wraps on the roofs and treetops, so 3 edge, 3 sky. If we can make use of that. I was going to say, I thought this was maybe a new... this was a song that we got in the previous one, but this might actually be a new song. An astonishingly beautiful soundtrack, though. Silvery book. Is that real silver? I feel that it should be. I should remember. Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. Mystery Winter, greater challenges require stronger skills. It is a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is the servant to things. Master Zun. Uncatalogued, there's nothing as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. You're a wolf. Readable, and there are worse things to put in your eyes than this. And journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. Okay, so we can actually catalog this book with FET if we chose, but the first thing we're going to do is go to the post office. The postmistress may have something for me once I know what to ask for. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, she says. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brandkrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. The 10-shilling note, half a pound but not half a note, a recent innovation. A letter to the librarian, a letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. Okay. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. All right. So if I wanted, I could buy some drinks. I could also try for an assistant. I suppose the question would be, if I was going to hire a miner, would I be able to open the house? So I suppose I could use my health to improve. Yes, I could. I wouldn't be able to work the bed, but I'm gonna buy some drinks at the Sweet Bones. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. A wary welcome in the inn. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I will find a warmer welcome here next time. So now we have a crown, 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound, a half crown, 2.5 shillings, obviously, a shilling, 12 pence, or if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound, and 6 pence, a silver coin of least value, but silver nonetheless. And we have Memory Solace, Peace After Trouble. Okay, well that will help me. So actually the first thing we'll do, I will... a fair arrangement. 1 shilling, 12 pence will hire a casual labourer's services. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. Assistance from a miner. In the spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. Thus they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those men whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russell Muirhead. Okay. So I have a few things we want to do, so it's worth taking a moment to just take stock of what we're looking to unlock. 2 moon or 2 winter to unlock the tidal flats. We do need a forge to open up the smithy. Reverend Timothy will not be available to us, although I think Mr. Kill might be able to help out there. Yeah, he gives us some sky. But I think our first goal here should be the lodge at the gate. So, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. Now, what I like about this is I should have my health available for claiming the bed. So we'll use our memory solace, exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So apparently it still counts as dawn. I'm just trying to figure out exactly when the transitions happen. Okay, so basically once it, I'm assuming we've moved into morning once the item crosses over here. Echo. This memory has become part of something else. Memories don't last long outside of books, but it's made a difference for the day. So with the miner's assistance, we will open the lodge at the gate. Now, if I want, I can actually pick up another miner. So we'll use our half crown and spring. The local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey, actually, you know what? I usually open up the smithy and the rectory right away, but it occurred to me that I do get memories off of that, so it may be wise to just wait a bit. A journal, my journal. The silver binding is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. I don't think it's bad to use up the fet here. I don't have any use for it otherwise. The fet gets me moth and rose, which I don't think I will require. I think with the lodge, I should just be able to use the key. It'd be nice if I could find something to use the edge and sky on. Actually, I suppose if I'm looking for... Oh, no, that doesn't help. Here we go. The Keeper's Lodge for 500 years in the times we call baronial. Oh, that's a nice touch. You can hear the hail. Do you hear the difference? This is such a good touch. So we're outside, and we hear the hail. And then we go into the Keeper's Lodge. Hey? This is well done. All right. Sorry, I'm easily amused, but... For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia, and nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brandkrug Bay. So we have Traveling at Night Volume 1, which is a Noc 4 mystery. The annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. We have a 6 Sky challenge with Traveling at Night Volume 2, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. And we have an uncatalogued book from the baronial period. Actually, we'll do a full accounting here. So, dandelion wine, homemade flower wine, lantern and nectar, a basket of clean laundry, morning luxury, it's fabric and fiber. We have a honey scar scented candle, forge and rose. Also, moth orchid scented candle scented with moth orchid, knock and moth. We have a potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor, which is a scale item. We have the Hush House key, heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you need both hands for that too. Knock, winter thing, and key. Pillis oat bread, gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at Land's End. Cater and Hero, Second Flush of Sam. Tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero, Edge and Knock. A shaving mirror, Snip Snip. Lantern and Moth. Fractured mirror, Cracked and Fly Spect. Sorry, thought I was going to sneeze. We have a straw cushioned chair, a pulsard, and without any particular skill. A lantern item. We've got servingware. A lodge fireplace. Fire always accepts gifts and boils the kettle for tea. Shadowless silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the Shadowless Kings. Lantern plant. And I think that's it for our lodgings. So, Stout Rustic Snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. This is something or someone from Numa, the time when seems and is cross swords with history and eternity. Okay, so we're going to use our health here. Camp, I will make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. That's going to take 90 seconds. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here. With time and peace, I will remember more. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. And we got some more whist out of that, which is nice because that will give us access to Mr. Kill again. Silverbound journal. I was rich, but something was missing. I am no longer rich, and still something is missing. Hush House is a place of conclusions, and here, as librarian, I may find mine. The magnate came to the house to conclude a history where they will find peace. Mastering the hushery wisdom will help you do that, but you can win the game by recording any history. Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, just give me a second here. Okay, Memory's the Magnate. I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything and it wasn't enough. Give me silence, give me peace, give me the peace of snow. So the time has come for the Tree of Wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdoms to learn secrets and gain elements of the soul. I think it was Ithistry and Nyctodromy that was Tenber had mentioned. But yeah, in this case we are looking for, I believe it was Hushery? Yeah. Okay. Rescue journal. My memories curled in my journal like a seed in winter earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use this to unlock the tree. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets, plus tryst. A change in the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So that gives us moon and moth. Not that we're really looking for more moon and moth, but hey, soul card's a soul card. Here I began my climb. As you learn skills, you can decide where in the Tree of Wisdoms they belong, enriching your soul as you catalog the invisible world. So, one thing I do want to keep in mind, I could have made better use of this sort of in previous playthroughs, but one option I have is if I go down the path of Nyctodromy, that allows me to jump ahead on Hushery. And in fact, there are 3 locations that I can do that for. So, if I want, I can start Nyctodromy and move up to Hushery 2. Likewise, from Illumination 3, I can move up to Hushery 4. And then it looks like this is lateral. No, it's actually Hushery to Illumination 7. So one thing I may want to consider if I want to make the most of my Hushery is to actually start Nyctodromy to move up to a Hushery 2, or potentially even go all the way to an Illumination 3 or a Nyctodromy 4, depending on what's available, and then I can just sort of push to the final end when it comes to Hushery. I've never tried this approach, but it may actually be a wise approach. Either way, I don't have any skills to apply here yet. Now, there is another thing that I want to consider, which is traveling at night. So this was a 4 knock. So one thing I'm curious about, if I consider... So it says a soul, skill, and a memory. Now, one thing I've always been wondering about is I sometimes feel like I should be able to use the items a little bit more. And in this case, like, so for instance, there's something about, like, sitting in a chair with a book that I feel like I should be able to do in the game. Which hasn't actually... Oop. I'd rather not carry a chair with me. There we go. Yeah, I've never quite been able to make it work. So I think in this case I'm just going to have to accept that I need to read books the old-fashioned way, and that even though I have a reasonably powerful knock item, it's not going to translate into any kind of reading material. So I think the Great Gate of the house is our next step. So the walls of the house tower above me. I have been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd fear. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. I suppose one other thing I could try. I don't know if the key is considerable. So is there something that Trist would give me? I suppose the miner gives a little bit of moon. Yeah, let's try thinking about the key. It's still midday, so we should be able to recover our abilities. That's right, I'm just going to make a new sheet for this. Is it only when you fail to solve that it starts drawing for extra considerations? Yes. And I'm sort of, like, I like the idea of doing that. The big challenge is that there's also the possibility that I wind up with a malady for my efforts there. So I'm a little reluctant to go down that path at the moment. All right, what have I learned? Serena Blackwood herself forged this key. I'm tired of losing it, she says. And that got us a memory sound. Okay, so I'm just gonna... I actually want to start making a list of... So one thing that's kind of neat here, right? Yeah, I am too, although sounds aren't necessarily music, and I think that's an important distinction. So this is one of the things that I think is kind of interesting. I have on occasion, I think I might have even put this on the feedback in the beta, the idea of considering objects. I think it's interesting that you have to give up elements of the soul to consider parts of the house. But one of the challenges is it is kind of costly to give up an element of the soul just to, consider a chair and wind up with a minor memory. You wonder what about the key is winter. Good question. So, what is it about ending? So, I mean, I suppose there's something to be said of the idea of... So we've got silence endings and those things that are not quite dead. There is something kind of interesting. I mean, the other thing to remember is our particular background, right? Where came to the house. So Hush House is a place of conclusions. So, it may be that there is this underappreciated element of Hush House that only the magnate kind of reveals. But yeah, so the reason why I wanted to talk about the feedback that I'd given was I was sort of thinking it's like, I feel a little bit less compelled to go and check out some of the things like the paintings, like consider the paintings. Because it sort of feels like, you touch one chair, you get your feeling, like your touch. Oh yeah, Hush. that probably shouldn't have required as much thought as I put into that. Yeah. What can I say? I'm not the smartest Secret Histories broadcaster. But yeah, so I was sort of thinking is like, okay, I consider a chair, I get the chair result, and like, what else is there really for me to look for? And the fact that it mentioned that Serena Blackwood was the person who created the key, I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of interesting. This might mean that there is something else to, like there's some... Now that I'm considering these items and I sort of find their history with certain characters, it may be that there's a little bit more of the story of what's going on. Like, where's the fire, for instance? That could be, that could be a... I don't know. I feel that there's something kind of... the fact that I did that with... the fact I did that with the key and learned something about the key makes me feel like I'm going to want to catalog the contents of Hush House on my own time at some point. Anyways, we'll use the key. The walls of Hush House... Or, sorry, we did read this, but the walls of Hush House tower above me. I've been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. So I do have a little trouble deciding whether or not I want to talk to Mr. Kill or I want to use this whist for reading the book. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill, hoping that I'm going to be able to recover my whist in bed. I suppose I'll need a drink for that, so I can brew the tea now or maybe pour the dandelion wine. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay. So we're going to enjoy a conversation with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip, add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of materials. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Poured out. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, listen. So we've got a hindsight for that. That's going to be helpful for our silver-bound journal, but we still need an element of the soul to be able to read it. Wait, memory. Isn't the Elegist also supposed to be about undying memory? I suppose memory does require for the event to have stopped as well. Libraries are more winter than I would have thought, although lantern and winter seem a combination. That is a decent point, and I'm trying, it's funny, like, once people mention hours, it's easy for me to sort of think about, to sort of, it makes sense to me when people mention them, but it's definitely hard for me to sort of pin down, oh yeah, this is obviously this type of hour. I do have some favorites, so probably The Door in the Eye is still my number one, but I am growing more and more fond of the Colonel over time, I think. Mother of Ants is cool too, but I'd say probably the Colonel is quick. If I was forced to say, okay, Mr. Lantern, we know you like The Door in the Eye, and you're not allowed to pick The Sun in Splendor, I'd say, okay, I'm probably fond of the Colonel. So apologies to the Lionsmith bros. My first complete run through Cultist Simulator was the Ghoul route, so the Elegist stuck in your mind. I never would have thought to do Ghoul first. Well, complete run, I suppose, is the important note here. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. So it seemed to me that Whist is the one that makes the most sense to restore, so we'll restore that with the Dandelion Night. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. The Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house, too minor to merit immediate attention. Heart, Lantern, and Winter are probably your favorite of the original aspect. Yeah, I'd probably Lantern Knock for me, although, again, I'm beginning to appreciate Edge. All right. Reveille Summer, a dry spell in a still place. The Tattered Outlaw. There's a Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never much cared for what other people liked. Red Deer Antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. Yethhound Horns. In times past, Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of the country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Here we have Serena Blackwood herself. This bust is carved from alabaster. A lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of particular richness that invites the hand. An expansive chair, upholstered in a velvet of particular richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. One of my favorite descriptions of the game, the Treasury of Shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. A vase of gorse, as Cornish a plant as any, and another expansive chair. So we can go to the gatehouse stairs if we have forge and lantern, and we can go to the cloistered garden if we have lantern and nectar. So neither of these obviously suggest well, I suppose with Reverend Timothy, if we got Mr. Kill to bring Reverend Timothy in, we would be able to unlock one of the lantern areas, and we would get books from the gatehouse stairs for doing so. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so I think we may have wasted the bedtime. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? All right. So I don't think that storm memory is going to do much for me, but we are going to do tea with the rector. A mutual acquaintance has induced Reverend Timothy, the rector, to invite me for tea. There may even be crumpets. So we do have some sky out of that. If I could get a 4 sky challenge, there's some hope. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theorizes about the pagan traditions of the miners. Rectory is now available. My apologies. I should have read the description of the rectory. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up in the end. Like this sort of thing. I cannot possibly tell you how many times this has happened on stream. Sky is my favorite from the new ones, however. The aspect of music and harmony is just very cool in my mind. Absolutely. And I've been reading, partly because of this, I've been reading up on the Pythagoreans, so I think Sky is also a very Pythagorean principle. Okay, still not too much for me to work with in terms of cataloging. I may want to hire someone from the Sweet Bones. But we are going to hang on. Okay, it's all well and good for me to unlock the study, but I actually need to have someone with Lantern or Knock to be able to hire Reverend Timothy. So I blew that. But it's not too late to hire a miner. So assistance from a miner. We've got Scale, Forge, and a little moon. So I don't think I have a way of getting the extra forge. So my best hope is to hire them and talk to them about... Aha! I'm glad I checked that. So even hiring the miner doesn't help me because they don't have any aspects that I need. I suppose my outside option would be to hire Mrs. Kill for the Grail, but what would I need the Grail for? So, lots of memories, just none of the memories that we really needed here. This one, yeah, it is a cute, it's a cute item. Okay, so you know, I would have preferred to get a little more done today, but we haven't really done anything. The only thing we've really missed out on here is the gossip. For Reverend Timothy. I could, actually I couldn't even take a flyer on the hindsight because I don't have the element of the soul. I still love this, how they work the sound here. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Dregs. Ah, all right. So this is good to know. Anytime I drink something for restoring my aspects, I actually lose it. So I'm going to make the most of that. We will consider the book. I'm just going to double check here. Or actually, sorry, we do have some sky. Well, okay, we do have sky, but we need some perspective here. I need sky. I can only use one of the memories here. So, I am going to employ my whist towards inclusion. So I can master this mystery, enough winter mastery to match mystery winter. So this will be used up tomorrow, but forms. Yeah, I'm probably going to wind up restoring my elements of the soul less frequently now. Which is fine. It just means I need to be a little more choosy when it comes to when it comes to the activities I do throughout the day. So right now we don't have much in terms of cataloging that we can do. All right, a storm. Big heart, big sky. Just trying to think where else we might get the sky from. I guess that would only come from skills. So, let's start. So we'll talk with Mr. Kill for a start. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. I think I'm going to use the Tryst to catalog the book when the time comes. But we'll start by talking with him. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip, add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of materials. Do you wonder if there's any uncraftable drinks? Good question. I do feel that the things that wash up at Crowcross Sands are sort of designed to replenish your beverages, but I suppose we'll find out. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we've got quenchings and quellings. I've gained more understanding of quenchings and quellings. Use this card with consider or at a desk. So first things first, let's get the skill. A new skill, a true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by restless spirit. Ambrose Westcott. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, we'd listen. Okay, that's 2 winter and a heart for us. So, hearts which quench fires and bring solace to the troubled mind. A true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by a restless spirit. Ambrose Westcott, heart, 2 winter. It's a skill, hushery, preservation, and effective against theoplasmic contamination. The skill can be used to remove theoplasmic contamination from books. So, let's think a little bit. Because I know... basically, I know that I'm going to have to be more selective in how I use my elements of the soul. Let's think about what I want to try and do today. So one thing I'd like to do is find a sufficiently large sky or heart text to work with. Now for that I would need to catalog. So I have a Tryst, a Fet, and I don't think I can actually use health to catalog now. Let's just double check that. Very quiet inside here. The soul's labors, so it'll accept Fet and Tryst, but not health. Oh man, they did such good work with the sound here. Okay. So it's the scale and the nectar that keep these from being readable. For those of you who are on the fence about picking up this game, the Perpetual Edition will give you access to all of the DLC when it... as long as you buy it in the first week. Oh my god, you've got to get this game. We're at the very opening bits, but like just the way they've added the sound to this, it is a whole other dimension to the game. Like if you If you thought Cultist Simulator was too tough, but you really liked the world, this is absolutely the game for you. This is okay. There's going to be a lot more that I have to say about this, but I kind of wanted to stress that this game has already kind of established certain memories for me. So one thing that I was really fond of, like when I did the Cultist Simulator prototype, I just kind of did that on stream for some fun. And that was a time when I kind of got to know Weather Factory a little bit better. I actually really like interacting with them. And just like in general, being able to really engage quite deeply with a game that I felt kind of a bit of a connection with was really interesting. And I was really excited when this game, or when Cultist Simulator did as well as it did, right? Because it's one of those games where you always sort of privately think, okay, this is really cool, I really like it, but how many people are really going to be into this, right? But one thing, like again, clearly Cultist Simulator did better than anyone expected, and I'm delighted that people are into unusual games like this. But what was really fun about Book of Hours when I first did the beta, actually it was the demo, if I recall correctly, but going in and hearing that first bit of music, right, during the storm. The storm sounds weren't in there yet, but just that first piece of music that played when I got that first moment on the, actually I guess it was the demo, but I first of all really love that song, but oh yeah, now I remember. They gave the demo early to streamers. That's what it was. Because I was remembering, like, I remember that it was something that I was debating on whether or not I wanted to do it for myself first or do it on stream. And I thought, well, I should probably do it on stream if they're giving people early access because they're broadcasters. But yeah, like those opening bars, like, at that point, immediately it is burned into my head. There are very happy associations with it because it was something after so many years, a game that not only I'm looking forward to, but it's part of this experience of being able to play an early version of a game from this developer again. That was a really exciting moment for me, and it was something that I liked. And the other thing that matters about Book of Hours for me, because it's a game sort of about healing and restoration and trying, to a certain extent, trying to get better, either repairing things that were lost or learning new things. Things had been really, really tough, both on the work front, but also some personal life stuff. And I don't really like dwelling too much on that on stream, because it's not a vlog, and I already spend a lot of time talking about extra things in the, in the regular broadcasts. But the thing is that, like, this was absolutely the right game for that particular time. I don't like it when people get, like, too melodramatic about games, oh, this game saved my life. Like, no, I'm not trying to say that. I mean, again, I can't talk about other people's experiences. Just that, to me, I would feel bad if I was trying to suggest that. But just being able to sit down and play Book of Hours and just be able to take all of that stuff that had sort of been weighing me down, set it aside, was a really, like, that was something that I was really grateful to have at the time. And being able to just see these extra little details now, right? Like, we still have all of these elements. You're able to catalog the books. You're able to read. You gain a greater understanding of the secret histories, of yourself, of the Tree of Wisdoms. But now, you know, you go into a room and you hear the rain against the door. You hear the thunder in the background. And there is a difference, right? When you're ready to face the elements, you hear the rain. And when you're in Hush House, you just hear the effects. All of that is just creating this feeling, which is really, really it's just on point for the game. It's such a minor touch. Like you can see why this has been added close to the release, but it just creates the atmosphere that's utterly perfect for this game. So I'm like, again, I'm obviously very excited about it, but there's just so many little things that have been added to really just hammer home some of those special moments that I'm very grateful that I got this early look. And again, because we're about an hour into the video, it is worth remembering we are playing the last of the beta releases for Book of Hours. It's not the finished thing. There are still bugs. There are still things being developed. So if you're looking to buy, please keep in mind that this is not yet finished. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Okay, we've got a stolen secret. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. We'd listen. So I'm going to keep talking with Mr. Kill for a bit. We've got another knock that we can throw at things, but we're looking for Sky now. Well, I guess Heart would work too. It was also really rainy today, so... Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. On Resonance, Experiments in Ithistry by the skysmith Everett Vinzance. So, sort of the same as Traveling at Night 2. If we can solve it for the one, we can solve it for the other. So this is a good argument now to pick up Reverend Timothy, because we're not going to be able to do anything else with. Okay, we have regret. Actually, here's a question. If we zoom in on the bridge... Okay, that's interesting. So, just so I can clarify... No, hang on. Why did I think that I would be able to talk to Reverend Timothy? Oh, it was because of the sky, but that doesn't actually count for anything. Okay. So unless I can find somebody with a lantern aspect, that's not going to mean anything. Now I suppose I could use this regret memory to boost one of the miners. So I think that's what I'm going to do instead. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. So, of course, I have the option of unlocking the smithy there, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. I believe you have to... I would need to use it to talk to... I basically talk to Mr. Kill to get the knock, to get the... to open up the old rectory. So, like, technically yes, but I can kind of get it more directly just with the miner. So in this case, I get to preserve the option of keeping... I basically get to preserve the option of keeping Mr. Kill for conversation in this case. I can discuss this memory with an assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Also, with quenchings and quellings, if I want, I would need to apply some effort. Oh, that's interesting. So now I need to add an element of the soul as well. So I suppose I have a use for my storm if I get desperate. Oh, I didn't realize that was a 2-lantern, so I suppose I can get Mr. Kill. I can give Mr. Kill the memory revelation. And we'll unlock the cloistered guard. Alright, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. The stairs above the room are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this place. Just wanted to double check. Yes, we have what we need. That's going to take 60 seconds. We'll talk with Reverend Timothy about the revelation to give him Lantern 2. I can discuss this memory with an assistant. We'll still do whatever conversations we can with Mr. Kill, but at this point, I'm going to preserve my health for... it's going to get tight in terms of time, but I think I can catalog one more book with Fett. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Okay, those are the Birds of Doom. Okay, the Watchman's Tower, the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So got a few items here. So we have a quire of paper, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. So blank, fuel, thing, nectar. Walter de Wolf, the bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. We have a mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful. This is a tool, so if I want, I can get a little extra lantern to apply now. So essentially this means any hireling I get can now bring in Reverend Timothy. We've got Ugol ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. We have the Ava desk, so if I want, do I have what it takes? No, it would be Trist that I would want. So read letter, a message for me. Read the letter to reply instead at ink at a desk. So actually, there's a fairly important distinction to make in terms of... so I could try and consider try and catalog a book, but that would mean I probably can't scale up the quenchings and quellings. So I think I'm just going to accept that I'm not going to be able to take advantage of the storm for one of the texts. I think in this case I'm going to scale up quenchings and quellings. So at least one of the memories you're using must be a lesson from the skill or from another which shares its power aspect. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2, which will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. sites. We've already talked with Mr. Kill about lanterns, so we're going to be able to use him to unlock the lantern section. And it's not much, but in this case, if I can't... no, I can probably catalog now that I think of it. Alright, the skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased, so here we have 2 heart and 3 winter to throw at our problems. So we'll take the opportunity to catalog a book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Alright, so my cheesy duplicate cheat remembers. Or still holds. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So there's really there's nothing I can really do with the memories at this point. Intuition. You just know, you know? Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. We'd listen. So right, it was... Actually, we could have given him the sky that he needed, but we will take the cloistered garden. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear this space. And now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So, 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The great hooded princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. So this is a 4-scale text. So I do need to reply to... Actually, hang on. Yeah, let's just read the letter. Message to me, read the letter to reply instead of adding at the desk. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian to Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests that I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply, the trustees. So, let's start planning out the next day. It shouldn't be that hard to get... Oh, you can only unlock one room at a time. Is that true? I don't think I tried. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. So that's either a Mrs. Kill or a sky job. And the cloistered garden. I think usually we just pass through this, but we'll see. Okay, so we are definitely going to talk to Mr. Kill. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. And it's a sunny day, so that gives us 2 lantern, 2 sky. So technically we already have what we need to be able to make it to the Watchman's Tower. So right now we're just going to keep talking. It doesn't hurt to have a few extra memories. I can catalog the books. I can also reply to the trust. I should probably do that now. So we should be able to do that with Trist. What else can I do that with? It's Trist or Whist. I want the Whist for other things. And we'll add the Yuga link. An enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. The sea remains, the house remains, what else remains? We shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. The astrolabe is a sky tool, so I can just give that to Mr. Kill. So this is a particularly helpful floor now that it has the mirror scope and the astrolabe, because both of them give that just push over the edge for the things that I need. The Sisters and Brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century, at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. So we need 3 winter or 3 lantern to move up into the long tower. The walled garden requires 4 edge or 4 nectar, and the first tree threshold requires 3 knock or 3 rose, which would be one for Reverend Timothy. So obviously Mr. Kill will take advantage for the long tower. I guess I need to think about how I'm going to advance his winter. I can't remember I don't think I can use skills for them. So if I use the whist to get Mr. Kill again, then I would need to find a way to boost his winter otherwise. But we can do that with a memory. So I think we keep talking to him first. Now that took up the ink. So that's good to know that you actually have to pay for the ink now. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase a stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to try and do, I just want to kind of set up some expectations in terms of what I can actually get done this time around. So, tidal flats, basically anybody's able to open up the tidal flats for me. If I wanted, I could spend a shilling on a miner and unlock that. Alternatively, I can get Mr. Kill to unlock that for me. We can use Mr. Kill to... So probably the best way to work with Mr. Kill on this would be Astrolabe to move him up to the top floor of the Watchman's Tower, rehire him with the whist, and then use the combination of the sunny day and the mirror scope. And that'll be able to get us to the long tower. So that's two rooms unlocked in the day. Most likely the only rooms that I'm going to be unlocking for a while, because of course we're going to need to find our feet in terms of cataloging books. And then, if I can, being able to move up quenchings and quellings, but that's not the most important thing right now. Okay, so I think I know what my next few moves are going to be. So I'm gonna... we'll consider the next book with Fett. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from the period are only rarely contaminated. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, so that's fear. So that does give me some scale to work with. So we needed 4. Close, but we're not quite there. Okay, I think I am going to take the time to boost Mr. Kill. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You will still be able to use the tool. All right, the Prophecies of Glory, an 8-lantern text. Man, these are not easy to work with. Religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. So I'm not going to use the WIST to catalog the last book here. I think we want to use the WIST to get Mr. Kill to do his things. Now, if I want, I can spend the shilling to investigate Crowcross Sands, though. Alternatively, I can use my health to earn a little bit of money because we are running short. Either way, speaking with Mr. Kill, Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We'll start by talking with him about the sunny day. More useful than one. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So we'll use that and the mirror scope, and then we can figure out our next steps after. I do want to use up the quenchings and quellings as soon as I can. Just, we don't know when Numa's going to hit. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. We'll keep talking with Mr. Kill about the, about any topics. Just because that may give me a chance to level up quenchings and quellings. Alright, Watchman's Tower Observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Bradkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576 by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So we've got 2 uncatalogued books. We have the telescope, which accepts rose and sky. We've got Kitty's armchair. This looks very like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, 2nd librarian, sat for L. Breton's famous group portrait. We've got mist-kissed water. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. And that's about it. So, not too much to do in the observatory other than catalog books, but we'll be fine. But yeah, so I think I suppose the question for me is there really any reason for me to hurry to get to Crowcross Sands? And honestly, I think the answer to that is no. We're going to be using my Elements of the Soul to catalog books for a while anyway. So we have what we need to be able to get into the first floor. I think what I'm just going to do is continue to talk with Mr. Kill. If it seems like we wind up with... So just a reminder, we need Heart and Winter. We don't have either right now. If I wind up with 2, 1 Heart, 1 Winter, 2 Heart, or 2 Winter, then I will use this health to level it up. And if it seems like I'm not going to have the required elements, then I will use the health to make some money in the Sweet Bones. It definitely feels like doing things like taking a minute to unlock the rooms and, requiring an element of the soul to be able to level up skills. Like, it definitely feels like the pace of things has slowed down, but I actually feel like that's a good thing. Like, it does... The idea that it's taking a while to sort of catalog some books. Like, one of the ways that I catalog books really quickly is if I get a malady, which, maybe not the, it's kind of cheesy, but yeah, just it's, in this case here, right, like I kind of need to be choosy in terms of what I do over the course of the day, and I like that. Okay, so I think we should abandon hope as far as leveling up the quenchings and quellings. I suppose in that sense it doesn't really matter if I talk with Mr. Kill anymore, because what am I going to use these memories for? So the Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the Nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. While we wait, night sky chairs, velvet smooth as midnight, star-strewn stair, velvet soft as starlight. We've got as above, so below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Yeah, well, the other, definitely in terms of, when comparing with Cultist Simulator, it's a completely different pace. But even compared to how I used to play this, and one of the things that I actually kind of like about this is that, like, so, you know, I've got a minute here, I've used up all of my elements of the soul, so instead of, like, pause, like, you'll notice that I didn't read the contents of this room when I started. And that's just because now I kind of have the time to be able to say, okay, you know, things are kind of idle right now. I pause when I hear, like, an event finish, so... As they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So the nice thing about it here is that this just gives me a chance to sort of browse the house and see what's going on. So, all right, so we have got Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest of white marble. A chalice candle, a candle scented with fragrant chalice. A widow's candle, light in remembrance, moon aspect. The other one was grail and lantern. Another widow's candle, perniculate, deadly, use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, and ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. Whispering sand, white silver sand in which the voice of the wave lingers. This is a material, so we could give that to Mr. Kill, also to Denzel. We have the pale desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen bog yew, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk, he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun, which he blotted. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. And catalog book. And to get to the second floor, we need 4 lantern or 4 winter. So our best bet here would be to basically use Mr. Kill, hire Mr. Kill once with Whist, and then hit him with Whist again to supercharge his abilities. Assuming, of course, we don't wind up with winter weather, but I'm guessing in spring it might be a little something. It might be a bit much to expect winter weather in spring. It's not that kind of a supernatural game. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here, I will catalog the book. Now, technically, I don't know what kind of a season it is yet, but I'm going to say that we can afford to use the Tryst. Okay, cloudy day, so if I have any moon or moth, I've got it. All right. So what I think I'll do here is I'll use Mr. Kill. I'll maybe talk with him about winter. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We'll talk to him about winter because we know that unlocks my next room. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Boosts Whist and Lantern. And we'll catalog the book with Fet. And then from there we can just use him to... Alright, Sunrise Awakenings. So that is probably an achievable text for me. But yeah, we catalog with the Fet. We talk with Mr. Kill in hopes of getting the heart and the winter memories for leveling up. And then at the last moment, we get the second tower. Hail did not have winter. No, it was a little surprising, but it was edge and sky. Of course, I have the option of getting another. I do have the option of getting another element of the soul with quenchings and quellings, but I've often wound up. I've felt regret more often when I prematurely commit a skill, so I'm actually willing to tough it out in terms of the cataloging and such. Okay, an introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. So this we know we've got. In fact, if we can level up quenchings and quellings, we don't even need the whist for it. But this is definitely a text that we know we're going to be able to work with. So all that really remains now is, I can use the health to do some work at the Sweet Bones, or I can use it to boost up quenchings and quellings. And like I said, in this case here, I think chatting with Mr. Kill all day and then seeing what kind of a haul we have at the end of the day is the right call here. I might even speed things up a little bit just because I know I was late in starting. I don't want to be too... I tend to find when I speed things up, that's usually when I wind up making mistakes. But I figure we can... like, it's not a hard rule, it's just a preference. Yeah, so Mr. Kill hasn't exactly been helping me in terms of memories, but okay, so the solace will help. So now I just need 1 winter memory or another solace. Okay, foresight doesn't quite cut it. Getting close to the end of the day. Okay, I think we only get 1 more chat with Mr. Kill after this. Is there a winter memory beyond hindsight? I'm struggling to remember another one. Tell you what, at the end of the day, I'm going to consult the spreadsheet that I built. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon, so if we don't have... regret. I feel like that has more than forge. This might actually have winter. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. Oh wait, regret I think has edge now that I think. No, it's got winter. There we go. So I'm happy I didn't lock in the health. Consider, I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So the great news about this is that I'm going to be able to read Introduction to the Histories without giving up the whist. So this gives me the option of hiring Mr. Kill for Crowcross Sands, while also, still being able to use him for conversation, etc. Now again, it depends on the weather that we get for the next day, but we've got 2 whist, a tryst, and a fet to catalog with. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Skills and lessons? Oh, I see what you're saying. I think the lessons count as a... I need to check the aspects, but I think the lessons learned... Oh no, because it says skills and lessons. No, I seem to remember there was a patch note that said that lessons learned are memories now, but that's a good point. Let me just make a note of that. Okay, so we know no matter what happens, we're going to at least hire Mr. Kill. So Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We'll see what... Okay, it's a sunny day, so that's a lantern and sky. So again, if we want to progress, we would need edge or... We need edge or nectar. Alternatively, knock or rose. So... Fet actually gives us some rose. Actually, let me just double check. Right, the barber in summer gives us rose, but we're not ready for the barber yet. But yeah, so at minimum we want to hire Mr. Kill. I suppose the question is, how do I handle the remaining books? Okay, so... if I have a source for knock, hiring Reverend Timothy will help me continue to explore the house, and that's fairly important because there's a lot of books if I move vertically. I don't feel like Denzel helps us here, right? Very much. The foundation of the sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher brought this tapestry with him from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. Another widow's candle. We've got the guest bed Solomon. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. We've got the Isle Water and 2 books to catalog. Okay, so I get 2 cracks at Coffin Maker's Assistance and 2 books. Okay, actually it's fair to say yeah, so I can use So weirdly enough, I can actually use my health here. So if I take Quenchings and Quellings, that actually lets me read Introduction to the Histories. So what I wound up doing here, I actually get to use I get to use my other elements of the soul because of the way that the White Desk works. So I can master this mystery, enough winter to match Mystery Winter. Cool. Vanguard Master just stopping by to say hi. I won't stick around. We've got some lightning nearby, and my computer's already shut down once already. Sorry to hear that, Vanguard, but I do appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, there's definitely rose memories. The only catch here is, like, what I'm trying to think about here is... So the catch here is that I would, for a rose memory, I would need 3 rows. So nobody starts with a default The only person who starts with a default 1 rose is... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I think I know what you were saying here, which was I could have combined it with my Fet and a rose memory. So, yeah, I would need to talk with the coffin maker. Okay, yeah. So this is a good argument to keep talking with Mr. Kill and keep my options open regarding the Whist. So we are going to catalog with the Tryst and then the Fet. Can I use either of these? Okay, so we'll catalog a book here. Well, I guess that locks me out of using the Fet to raise someone up on Rose. I'm going to reserve the Fet for a little while. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. And this has chaotic theoplasma, a chilly nimbus numbs my hands. A theoplasmic contamination. This contamination has affected my tryst with a malady. So we are now despairing with my tryst. Now what this is going to mean... So there's, this is a mixed... kind of a mixed bag. So the bad news is I'm cursed. The good news is I'm going to be able to catalog books a lot more easily. So we do want to get rid of the despairing tryst. So the Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract of various forms of survival after death, chaotic theoplasma. So this book has suffered the attention of one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. This contamination can affect your tryst and health and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination and at least 7 heart. So if we take a look at Quenchings and Quellings, this is effective against theoplasmic contamination. It starts with 3 heart, and I could use my existing health. That is just 1 heart as well, so that brings me up to 4. So in a storm, we would be able to remove the curse from that text. It is also written in Kilasimi, though, so we wouldn't be able to read it for a while anyway. Now, as far as getting rid of despairing, so it's cured with sky. This malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps effervescent to drink, and this much sky aspect to cheer the haunted soul. So my best option would be to get, I think, Faust and a storm. Although I probably want to decamp. Yeah, I can't decamp now, but I think I'm probably going to want to... Just trying to take a look at some of my drink options here. The tea... I know there's a sky tea somewhere. I completely forgot to keep talking with Mr. Kill. Okay, so the gossip, we didn't need... Okay, so now we can use the rose. Alright. Actually, this is already shaping up to be interesting. So, let's catalog the rest of my books. I really don't have anything else to lose, because I'm already despairing. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Herschelt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems that Cosley advised Herschelt early in the writing of this book, but Herschelt later became suspicious. Okay, we've got foresight. Yeah, so I can definitely use the FET to boost the rows to get access to the first true threshold. And I don't need to reserve anything for I don't need to reserve anything for the I don't need to reserve anything for cataloging anymore. The Carbonic Schism. The Order of Obliviots, on the brink of schism, assembles in a bounds house identified only as Carbonic, after the Fisher King's castle of legend. There, the No and the Long of the Order debate the long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. Okay. If you can just give me a quick second here, I want to make a quick note of something. This is written in Sabazine. It's a 6-moth mystery. Okay. Again, when I'm cursed, I can kind of catalog with wild abandon. It's a memory storm, but I don't believe that's a 4. I don't believe that gives me 4 sky and heart. I believe that gives me 2. Yeah. Or sorry, sky and... Did I say sky and heart? Anyways. Despair the wolf that devours books. Well played. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Carmine Petal Unexpurgated, a project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, by which he claims he succeeded in creating a sanctuary for a fugitive forge name, the Unexpurgated version. This is an 18 forge text. I'm not going to be reading it anytime soon, but it's not cursed, so that's got that going for it. We will read with Trist, one remaining text. Okay. Hirschald identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. So we have another quenchings and quellings, also a snow stories, and a hindsight. So if you can just give me a quick second here, I am keeping a spreadsheet of these. Yeah, okay. So, let's start by considering the snow stories. I've gained more understanding of snow stories. Use this card with consider or at a desk. Now, if we can, I guess we need 3 memories now. So that gives me something of an argument to keep talking with Mr. Kill. But I do also want to make the most of the day, so we'll see. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, we'd listen. All right, well, that's the 3 right there. So I suppose this is actually one of the cases where I'd be willing to give up some of the dandelion wine. Okay, so. Oh, no, no, nope, 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 nope. We're not renouncing the wine. Serving. Pour out. Poured out. Hope we have enough time. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay. Let's... I think I need to start thinking about... So Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide you could walk there, though probably you shouldn't. So now we can use our whist with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. And we'll talk about the gossip and the fete to unlock the hall. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. All right, moving on. We have got De Oris in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. So this is a 4-edge text, so something that we can read during a hailstorm. Written in Latin, a dead language, dead as diamonds. The librarian reads Latin, but don't assume others can. I don't really have that much for my tryst to do right now. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms of Wind, Woe, and Winter. So this can accept birdsong or hushery. I do need to kind of think about how I'm going to traverse the Tree of Wisdoms. I'm not going to commit anything quite yet, but I do want to take stock about, of what texts I have access to and what I can realistically expect to read. It would be nice to get a couple of elements of the soul to be able to kind of grease the wheels. Yeah, well, I mean, I am the magnate, so I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything and it wasn't enough. Give me silence, give me peace, give me the peace of snow. Memories don't last long outside of books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we are going to chat about Fete now. Perhaps we shared a dream, boosts Rose and Moth. So if I had Faust, obviously Sunrise Awakenings is in the bag, but we don't quite have it yet. So this is one of the cases where I sort of haver a bit in terms of, do I... Oops, something happened. It's sort of like, do I kind of push over the edge and, commit one of these to the Tree of Wisdoms? Generally, I like to wait until we have the highest levels that we can, but there are consequences for that, so on and so forth. So in this case, I'm going to keep stacking up the memories, but I'm not going to worry too much. The biggest thing I want right now is to be able to take advantage of the quenchings and quellings. So we've gone from St. Brandon's Cove to Crowcross Sands. Take a long walk along the ocean side. If I know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. So heart, moon, and rose, and we can use effort and knowledge. So in this case, quenchings and quellings and heart would let me pick up a few things. Now, there's the sea's edge. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. Discard objects here or release beasts. My journal won't survive a second soaking. This will destroy your journal, which will make it impossible to complete the game. You'll be stuck, but you can do it if you really want. I'm assuming there's an achievement related to that, but... And yeah, we should be able to work with our rest here. I deserved a little quiet time. How much wine do we have left? Mostly empty, okay. So we would... Wait a minute. Did I go nut? Like, did I imagine that lesson learned? Oh, I'm a moron. That was the skill, not the lesson. I just wasted that dandelion wine. Okay, that's fine. We can still make some money at the sweet boat. But yeah, this was the skill that I used to read that book, not the lesson learned. Obviously, I wouldn't have done that had I been thinking, but that's fine. Like, we will find dandelion wine further on down here. Okay, more gossip. There's really no reason for me to keep talking with well, that's not entirely true. If I had... Actually, I'm curious. Okay, got an impulse. So, this is the cursed book. Okay, so quenchings and quellings. What if I just wanted to get rid of the... Yeah, so I guess here it's trying to read it. So I'm trying to think how I would try and get rid of the theoplasmic contamination. The skill can be used to remove theoplasm. Huh. Well, it's something for me to think about. I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. Now, it did also occur to me... So we'll unlock the first true threshold. There's actually very little cost for me trying to study some of these books without, like with only partial points. So a good example here would be, you know, I think probably Sunrise Awakenings would be the most likely. So the logic here is, you know, I apply the tryst. We don't have any lantern that we can get out of that. So we take the book. Oh, I can't add the sunny memory. Okay, well that makes it even less likely that it's going to succeed. But again, okay, so we need something to match the aspect. And because I don't have lantern in either of these, okay, yeah, so I can't get away with that nonsense. Or can I? I would need... Yeah, so neither of those have lantern. But we do have scale from hindsight. So we can do the same trick just with a different text. So the idea here is that, again, there's no risk for using tryst in this case here. So it's a very remote chance, right? We've got exactly 1 of 4. If only we had the skills to make wine, but alas, we know only silence and stories. We can make silent wine, which, in my opinion, is much better than screaming wine. That sounds like a fun concept to put in a game. A bottle of wine that screams when you open it. Okay, yeah, so again, this is a flyer, but it's a flyer without consequence. So, perhaps you've provided scale, but not enough to match mystery scale. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So there's theoretically I could have put heart to make that 2 scale, but the 2 scale might have, the heart might actually have wound up hurt as a result of it. So overall, I think we made the right choice here. Okay, the entrance hall. The beginning of the house proper, the curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors, were often asked to remove their shoes, pause a moment, and listen to the histories. So there's Hendrik de Wolf. Leaves in the wind, the boy prays. Lignum vitae blank, the hardest of all woods. Crowcross sands at high tide. Abbot Thomas. Millicent. We've got 4 heart, 4 moon, 4 winter, 4 edge. This is the grand descent. To go up to the weed choked garden, we just need 3 heart. Yeah, so I think we should try for the 3 heart. There's still a chance. And divine inspiration, or just the right breath of air at the right moment. This mood increases certain aspects. Okay, so it wants a soul card with, where's my heart? Oh, right. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? We'll either draw a new incident or find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. Let's take a second here. We'll definitely bring in Mr. Kill. Okay, another sunny day, so... It has so much scale, how long was it buried? You can tell by the number of... Well, I guess the rings would have been the number of times it wasn't buried. Okay, as always, it doesn't hurt to take a minute to think about the next step. So, I guess in a pinch, this will do. A combination of health and storm would get me up to the weed show. Would get me to the ground floor of the Grand Descent. Yeah, I mean, we can keep talking to Mr. Kill, but I think probably we're gonna want to just move on to the Grand Descent. We're now in summer, so the Grail at her greatest, that would be... I can't even remember what you can hire in this. Traveling Barber, right, Moth and a Little Rose. So that is helpful at a certain time, but we're not actually at that time. I completely forgot to see what the others. So there's still a chance. Divine Inspiration. Okay, so it was 2 elements of the soul. I didn't even bother to check these. And then Divine Inspiration, or just the right breath of air. Mood has come across you, which increases certain aspects. So it says it increased certain aspects, but I don't think we saw... Yeah, I don't think we ever went above that 1 scale, so... We did wind up with a memory fear, though. So that actually just brings us closer to... that brings us closer to doing the... to reading the text. So would I want to risk my health on this? I don't think I can really afford that. I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill about Whist. I am going to leave the health open, but I think what I'll do is I'm going to use Fet in the Sweet Bones. It doesn't earn me a lot of money, but I don't really have any use for Moth and Rose right now. The only object you get back after giving the assistant is the tools. Correct. Yeah. I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies, undignified perhaps, but for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. So this is just because there's no real use for Fet at the moment. Oh, Ibn Aladim. Is there someone en route to Hush House? The Alapine, historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary Nunkiat of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. So he's a visitor, he understands Frisian, he is interested in Rose, understands Sabazine, so if I had Spintra, that would be really good. Understands Latin, interested in Rose, understands Aramaic, Greek, Sanskrit, and is also interested in scale. So my existing skills don't really satisfy him, but... someone is en route to Hush House, and the affair of the absent friend. The Legion Medusa is long dead, as is well attested. It's nevertheless well attested also that she walks the streets of Budapest by moonlight. It's just one of those things. But now, for the first time, she's being glimpsed in daylight too. What could that portend? Visitors with an interest in Edge or Rose mysteries will want to talk about this. Legion Medusa, okay. So we're going to have to let the talk... Okay, my assistant and I will be prudent, so that's us getting the grand descent. So if I talk with Dr. Adim, peace be with you, I ask entry to the house. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So yeah, this is a tricky one. Because we know with the books that we have, we can actually satisfy his wish. Yeah, we will talk about the affair of the absent and pick an incident that will interest them or offer Spintra for tuition. Now that's interesting. Because it would seem to me... So they want an incident. This is an incident. Visitor, the affair of the absent friend. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure that's not working as intended, so if you'll excuse me. Okay, so it would have been interesting to talk about the affair of the absent friend, but it seems like for one reason or another, I'm not able to, I'm not actually able to do that. Okay, give or take, a book that matches their interests. So again, 3 scale or 3 rows. Our best option here would be 108. Scale suitable reading. My visitor has questions about matters generally left buried. The answers can be found in my collection. Should also just double check here. So they will accept. Oh, that's interesting. So it used to be that you could talk with them about skills, but apparently I'm no longer able to talk to him about my skills. So. I'm probably just going to wind up using this health with the sweet bones, but I want to see if I can maybe sneak a... Actually, there is one thing I can do. I can maybe see what else I get... My fortune, the fortunes I tell may be true, and they might be real. The money, at least, is real. So I was just thinking, penny, the smallest denomination coin, except for the smaller ones. The postmistress will break larger currency into change, but don't tempt her anger with so mean and small a coin as this. Yeah, so the question is, do I use the health in the sweet bones for some real money, or do I try to... Do I try my luck with the scale book again? Oh, sorry, 1 second. I wonder if I'm still able to peek at Adim's... Yeah, so visitor affair of the apps. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because there isn't an aspect affair of the relevant friend. Oh wait, no. Relevant to visitors with an interest in horizons. Okay, so... Okay, no. I kind of get it. So visited Hush House on business, connected with the absent friend, but despite that did not... So he's... Okay, the way I'm taking this now... No, hang on. That still doesn't make sense, because if he's interested in Rose, then he should be interested in the affair of the absent friend. Yeah, no, this definitely is not working as intended. How profound. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy in the future. So we've got an iron spintra. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, spintra. Iron spintra are the lowest denomination and display scenes of murder on their reverse side. Okay, so we're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill. If we can get a... Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we get another memory. Yeah, no, actually more scale memories would be useful. The other thing I'm trying to think of is, again, how I get rid of the theoplasmic contamination. I think this is a new song. When I say new song, I mean like one that I haven't heard yet. Okay, that's encouraging that we've got a second fear running around. So I suppose the question is, do I feel confident enough to commit the... So for some reason I can commit a hell... Oh, right, because it's scale. So in theory I could put this fear in as a memory. Now the perniculate actually has scale. Ugh. Okay, I feel kind of crummy doing this because it might actually consume... It may actually consume the ink, but I can master this mystery enough scale to match mystery scale. I don't think it hurts to experiment. Obviously, the whole trying to get the memories thing is pointless now, but hey. Should probably go to the grand descent afterwards. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Okay, stolen secret, so theoretically we could have used that with Reverend Timothy, but it's too late now. So I'm curious if I lose the ink or not. Yeah, I should read this again. Eva de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Noctlong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Eva claims, honor the Horned Axe. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes were habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. So the health is going to be tied up for the... Man, lots of sunny days. So, we're going to grab Mr. Kill again. So, given what we know, I'm thinking what we do here... Oh. Did I miss something? I'm still fascinated by the description of one of the books that describes the axes of secret histories. I think that one was still in, you mean Introduction to the Histories, I think. I think that one was in Cultist Simulator. I'm not that that's, you know, not that that means it's any less interesting, but... Oh, actually, if I can get Gossip, then I can hire the barber with the fet, and we can move into the dimly lit chamber. Okay, so dimly lit chamber is one target. If I want, I can get the first floor of the Grand Descent, but I wouldn't be able to... Well, no, we'd still be able to use Mr. Kill for that. Okay, let's say our two targets would be the dimly lit chamber and the Grand Descent. With Mr. Kill. It is also worth remembering that the sunny day does actually have two skies, so if I was able to get the remaining sky from Well, I guess the thing is that, like, so it's all well and good for me to say, or hang on, that wouldn't work. So I do actually need, I need to be able to accept certain, well then again, Solomon's bed may actually be useful. Yeah, I would need to decamp first. So the memory is helpful because a storm would give me the sky that I need. Yeah, so man, a sky beverage of some kind. Like, it's close, but it's just not quite there. I don't see I would be able to use the... Oops. Okay, well, I'll need to think about it. I'm probably going to need to get this out of reading another book. Okay, the Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this is oh, hang on, we already read this. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So we've got a confounding parable, a lesson, pentiments and precursors. I've gained more understanding of pentiments and precursors, so we did lose the ink as part of that. Yeah, so the flowers would be helpful if I had the gardener ability. I have actually cured a disease using gardening before, but unfortunately I'm short of the tools that are required. I am going to take a second here just to make sure I have recorded 108. I have not. So what's notable about that is that actually already has the rose that I need. It also has sky, incidentally, so, you know, but storm is still what I would need. So let's just double check. So moon and sky. I don't think there's anything that I need. Yeah, it's really is the rose that's going to make this sing. So I think we're at a point where we can hire a barber. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and little rose. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt. Make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. Okay, let us talk to the barber. So let's start with the fete. Perhaps you shared a dream. There's rose and moth. So if I wanted, I'm just trying to think of any other texts that I could make an effort on. Not much, really. My assistant and I have an unspoken understanding. So that's the 3. We'll talk to them about the confounding parable. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Honestly, being a barber in this world sounds horrifying because you just automatically embody a very dangerous aspect. I mean, what if it's merely a reflection of our... Oh, incidentally, the lesson does seem to be in the right section here, so I don't know. I'll check the VOD on the previous one. A new skill, pentiments, carapace cross, Antians. Carapace cross, is that relevant to the lore? That's probably all just made up. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill. We're going to boost him up to the 4 whist. Dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I will need counter-influences to unwind them. Now, I think we do have some things that we can do inside of the Grand Ascent. So Ambrose's favorite chair. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensued the springs of his fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. Hogebald. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom he said his trophies resembled. Hogebald of Posend? You mean the guy from the, Pet Shop Boys music video? Another leaf in the Tree of Wisdoms. Feats and fates of forgotten things. The Carapace Cross. The line of Antios. The world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. Does anybody know what that's from, by the way? Because that appeared in the trailer. Okay, now this is good to know. So this has got scale. So Grail and scale. Scale, it's also birdsong and scolocosophy. Ah, man. I love the music for this game. Paradise Palm and unquenchable vitality. Delightful repose placed by the curia of the isle to allow a rest before an ascent or after a descent. Dr. Serena Blackwood, no one is in this picture, only an empty garden. Okay, so we have some details. We've got Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. The Grand Descent ground floor, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project executed by the master mason, Gregory Wheellock. First Baron Brankrug, a niche with a plaque who returned loyalty for loyalty and curse for curse. Second Baron Brankrug, a niche with a plaque who saw what had not yet passed. Third Baron Brankrug, with niche plaque who commanded the raising of the stair. Fourth Baron Brankrug, a niche with a plaque who was mocked more than he merited. Fifth Baron Brankrug, a niche with a plaque who was feared more than he merited. Yeah, I actually don't know RFSMGG. Sorry, I'm sure you just want to be referred to with an abbreviation. I genuinely don't know. I have wondered how I'm going to do that, but the thing is to remember with some of the early betas, we just simply didn't have the option of going any further. So I don't think we have a spot for 6th. Yeah, we just have 5th. So Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. So Walter de Wolf, a bust carved from serpentinite, striking local stone. So we'll move him over. Baron Walter, so it was the 3rd, right? Yeah. Not at the librarians yet, but Zalma's just gonna have to sit there for a bit. Okay, I think we're gonna keep going on our current path. My assistant and I will be prudent. Alright, so we're going to talk. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So it is worth just reflecting, do I get access to new books from what I have here? Maybe what I'll start doing is stacking up the books that I've read. So I'll move these onto the side here. So I need Lantern. This doesn't help me. I don't have anything for Edge. This this one I don't have the language for. Yeah, so realistically it's lantern, lantern edge, sky, or knock. Ah, yes. Okay, so many more books to unlock in the reading room. So, the Reeking Chamber requires 6 heart or 6 sky, neither of which we currently have, but I've got a bunch of stuff for my tryst to catalog. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. So if I could get core, that would be kind of helpful in terms of using Mrs. Kill to sort of access some of these other areas. But like I said, I'm trying to make the most with the... So what I first of all try to do is expand out to get the largest number of books that I can. From that, I try to get a read. Once I've sort of pushed out the boundaries as far as I can on that. Honestly, there's no benefit to me doing this anymore because I don't have... Oh, no, that's not true. I do have a tryst that I can put in. All right, the sea does not regret. Eshan Fekri, the one-time secretary salvant of the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in excuse me, Brandkrug, and hints at his travels elsewhere. Okay, so that's a 6 moth text. Excuse me. I'm just gonna I'm gonna start cataloging these in different places as like readable and unreadable. So like 6 Moon is difficult but not impossible. 18 Forge is not really readable for me. 6 Moth is readable, but a language I don't understand isn't. So, in fact, once we have a little more space, I'll start shelving these things properly in the library. Desk in the reading room. And then don't tell no bloody tales. Well, listen. I'm going to skip the memories. In this case, we're just going to go to the Grand Descent. So, the windows are tightly closed, the carpet's surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. Did you ever figure out how to upgrade Pieces of the Soul last beta? Sort of. I didn't actually do it, but I did find the... Like, I did find the areas that were relevant. I think the beta just ended before I actually pulled it off. I noticed that when you added a card, it basically, like, told you what it was good for. So, I don't think I ever actually upgraded an element of the soul, though. All right. So, that's a minute that we're going to use, and we can investigate the rest. So, the reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine-takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. Desk the reading room. The book wheel is a DeWolf heirloom, a gift to Ava DeWolf from her admirer, the adept Franklin Bancroft. The desk and the lectern are much more recent. Steel plaques to both read, to Gervinius Van Loren, in gratitude for his assistance in the closing of the winding stair. E. Abney Hastings, Nocturnal Secretary, 1928. This gives us heart, lantern, moth, and sky. All right, this is a 10 knock on imperfections. It's not cursed, but it's difficult to read. I'm going to make a new too difficult pile. There must be order. Okay, so Sunrise Awakenings counts as readable. Prophecies of Glory is like borderline, but I'll include it. And obviously the cursed one stays in its own little spot. Two Wombs, One Heart, a fanciful account by Thurza Blake on the early life of the twin. The early life of the twins, their time as mortals before they became hours or even long, in a dry kingdom beyond the Western Sea, which Thurza suggests might have been ancient Mexico. Oh crap, where did it go? Again, it's just, oh, that's interesting. Sorry, just making another note. Okay. So basically, it's just cataloging for the rest of the day. Not a terrible way to spend the day, though. All right, the Grand Descent, the first floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brankrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So we had 6 Baron Brankrug here. Whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. Okay. So yeah, the references earlier. So the though much is taken, much abides is from Tennyson, Ulysses. You know, obviously big James Joyce fan, decided to make a poem dedicated to it. And then the silence reference, very wintry quote from Wittgenstein and Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Are the blue and black books the final design, or are they a placeholder in beta? Good question. I don't know. It definitely feels like a lot of these texts are getting their own art. But as you can see, there are a number that that kind of have this placeholder look. So I would venture a guess that it's placeholder, but if it doesn't turn out that way, like if there's a you know, like maybe some of the ones that are a bit more lore heavy get the fancy covers, and then some of the lesser ones get the more generic covers. Like I could see that too, because there is a certain degree of repetition in terms of the covers in Cultist Simulator. Like I think some of the Sanskrit texts basically have the same image but different coloring. So you can't quite do that trick if you're using the initials of the text. I'm going to slightly adjust my too difficult pile. So there's going to be too difficult due to language, and then there's going to be too difficult due to magnitude. So far it's not looking too encouraging as far as the so far as any tomes that I can read with my current abilities, but we'll finish cataloging and then we'll see where we're at. So we've got a potted monstera, defiant plant, and I believe we should. So I don't think it says Solomon Husher, this bust of the palest white marble. In 1818, the very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. So now I have an idea of this book's contents. An exorcist's field manual, that is definitely readable, but I think we're out of room, so we'll stack that on the book, or on the desk. All right, Solomon, you're coming with us. So next level of the Grand Ascent is going to require 5 winter or 4 grail. For the smoking room, that's 5 forge, 5 lantern. I think we said this was 6, yeah, heart. Okay, so realistically, I kind of need to get my heart sorted out, although we can hire a barber again and gain access to the infirmary. So I think that'll make some sense. We'll still talk with Mr. Kill just for the the conversations, but I do have the option of reading the scale text again for the confounding parable. In fact, I could probably do that with the Tryst. The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus, the 5th and final volume of Teresa Gallagher's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. So this is one of the books that technically, if you were looking at the librarian run I completed, you'd say, well, what about the Locksmith's Dream 5th volume? Because that actually does exist in the game in terms of the files, but the only way you can access it is through the console, a little bit like the Secret Histories painting of Teresa and Christopher, which is technically an item that you can get, like you can get in the game in the sense that if you have it on your, like, okay, it is an object that exists, and if you have a way of generating any object in the game, it won't like crash it because it doesn't exist. But there is no way within the game to be able to get the 5th volume. In the case of Book of Hours, the 5th volume is actually in the world. Okay, a cloudy day, so that's moon and moth. That doesn't really get us too much, but that doesn't, like, we won't give up hope. Ascite supplications, prayers addressed to the horned axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. So 8 scale is manageable but difficult. I think I'll say 8's my limit, so I don't think we can stick it on that shelf there, but maybe on this one. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly, between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. Teresa's a lady in STEM, getting her computer science degree to program her writings into code. All right. So we don't actually have any immediate use for Mr. Kill, but I am going to use him to generate rumors, and then we're going to figure out... Yeah, we can relax for a little bit. The FET is the only thing that I really need to hold on. And again, that was for the let me just double check that I've got the reasoning here right. So for 4 rows, the confounding parable should give me 2 rows, which, yeah, actually, no, I don't even need to hire someone. I can actually just use that with Mr. Kill. Right, and it's Cage's Avignon text, which is in Ericapian, The Merciful Measures of the Witch Nin. So that is a text that I can't read. Okay, well, that gossip's... Hang on, let me just double check I got this right. Yeah, so for 4 rows, we could just talk with Mr. Kill about FET and gossip, and we've got the location. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So that's a 12 winter text written in Fusine. So one of the more likely texts for us to be able to read, but not until I learn the language. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Okay, we've got a stolen secret. Just trying to think about what kind of knock I might need. Okay, the Morphe Codex, a priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot, claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. This is written in Aramaic, which we can understand. So the librarian reads Aramaic, don't assume others can. This is a 6-moon mystery, so difficult but not impossible. We would need our tryst back, though. I'm going to start a new pile in the bedroom. Okay, so until we access a new room, this is it as far as what we can access. So, first thing I'm going to do, I'm actually going to decamp. So Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one. So I'm sort of prepping for going into Solomon's guest bed. I think now I'm going to chat with him about FET. All right, gathered my belongings, refreshed the sheets for any guests I might have, and ready to move on. All right, I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. Now, the thing is that I do actually want to use this whist to get Mr. Kill back. So I'm going to hold off on picking a bed for now. I'm going to chat with him about gossip. So we're going to go into the infirmary, because maybe I want to deploy myself there instead. It all depends on how I'm going to be getting the required sky. And then... So unlock the room, see where else I can go, and then I think tomorrow we're going to see what we can do in terms of reading certain books and see if we can... Basically, I want to see, does it make sense to start committing some of these skills to, basically be able to get some extra elements of the soul, or is there some reason why I might want to hold back and see if I can upgrade them? Because right now I don't have a lot that I can sort of count on in terms of text to read. So. Careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. So we're going to have a chat with Mr. Kill to the assistants. So the main reason why I wanted to do this is that there may be, I might be able to hire a barber to take advantage of these higher areas here, so I do still want to talk with Mr. Kill to get the assistants. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip at something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of materials. These paintings will give me access to some things. Now, I didn't really account for everything in the entrance hall, so maybe we'll take some time to read those now. Storm's nice. Okay, so first off, the leaves in the wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. The Melancinth, visionary philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isles Abysses. The inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." I think that... I'm going to shut up about that, actually. Musgrave de Wolf, the bust is carved from wood. Cherry? Pale Mommet, a gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. So, 4 Grail, 4 Heart, 2 Moth. We have a mist-kissed pitcher. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. So, Knock, Winter, Heart, Moon. We can serve it. We've got a watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. Sorry, I think I said I was going to unpause when I did this. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? Serpent Milk, 6 Edge. Vase of Lilies, an elegant ornament. Amethyst Ampule, Skin Shuck Mead. Sacrament Malachite. Arsenic. Should be checking these out. So the Gloomy Room needs a lot of Edge and Heart. And the Neglected Room needs Grail and Heart. Okay, so we've kind of hit our limits in terms of what we can get through enhancing our characters. I don't have Core, so I can't level up Grail through anything but a memory. Likewise with Heart. Well, Heart's a little different. If I have a Thunderstorm, then I can use Heart to... I can use Health to boost that to 5. But obviously that's waiting for ideal conditions. So not a favorable state to be in. The garden, sufficient rain or storm would give us the weed-choked garden. Rain would give us the tangle of thorns. Hail would give us the walled garden. Yeah, we're basically at the point where we want to be able to hire new people, and we want to be able to boost people along certain abilities. So what I want to do now is just take an inventory of the works that I can actually read and think about like what realistically can I work with. So Whist, for instance, gives me Winter and Lantern. Health gives me Heart and Scale. Fet gives me Rose and Mott. We'll do it when it refreshes. So like in the case of Deoris Book 3, I'm relying on a hailstorm for that. Anything else is just, maybe I'll get lucky. The Sea Does Not Regret. I'm kind of waiting on my tryst, I guess. Sunrise Awakenings. I've got the Revelation to help with that, but I need more. Yeah, I think actually, so the more I look at it, every single book that I want to be able to read, I actually don't have any of the underlying abilities. So this is the point where I want to start thinking about committing some skills to be able to lift myself up and read more books. So I'll give this. So I don't really have any Grail texts, it looks like. So I think the. So as an example, let me just double check. Okay, so technically I do have one scale text. It's like this is Grail, this is Scale, this is Winter and Heart, Winter and Moon. So, there's a possibility here with Mystery Moon. I'm surprised we don't have any Heart texts, actually. Oops. Weird. So what it kind of comes down to is like knowing what I know here, I can start sort of prioritizing certain journeys. So, for instance, if I can, it would be nice to follow Illumination up to Hushery 4. That would sort of be ideal. And one way I could do that would be to get to Ithistry 2, then Illumination 2. So realistically, we can commit to Birdsong, Hushery, Preservation, Birdsong, Skolosophy. So this is the least likely to see an upgrade. So what we're going to do is we're going to see what we can commit to it. So if I do this, I'll get Core. Of the Legion Medusa, it has been said she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Synergists might interpret it thus. She is the oldest of the shared names of the twins, the hours we call the sister and witch and sister. Alternatively, we can go for Arab. Carapace. Of the Legion Medusa, it has been said she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Skolosophy might interpret this thus. She is the oldest of the Segles kind, which is to say, of a Carapace lineage famed for the breadth of their wisdom and the complexity of their teeth. Now, both of these have some arguments for them. So, to a certain extent, the Arab is helpful in the sense that it will get me Mrs. Kill, and that gets me access to a bunch. In fact, this is a hard one because I don't necessarily want to keep going down Skolosophy. Mind you, Core gives me Forge, and Forge gets me Denzel, so... So there's another catch. If I start with Skolokosophy, I can move that up to Nyctodromy, which then gets me Hushery. Yeah, so we're going to understand a bit of Skolokosophy. Skolokosophy, the study of things that should not be studied. Worms, earthquakes, abrasions in the world's skin. So there are a few possibilities that opened with that one choice, right? So here we've got 2 Grail, 1 Edge. So now we've got a total of 3 Grail. Only 1 Edge, but we now just need 3 Edge to be able to read Deoris Book 3. I think Memory Fear would help us with that. More importantly, because with Arab we would be able to access Mrs. Kill. So Mrs. Kill has 2 Grail, 1 Heart. So with that knowledge... excuse me. Mrs. Kill with a 2 Grail item gets me access to the Tangle of Thorns. With this Memory of Storm, we can use her to access the Weed-Choked Garden. And with a 2 Grail, we would be able to get her to access the next step of the Grand Descent. So, it's one of the reasons why I studied the dark arts. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. If you don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer help as a friend. So we're getting close to nighttime. I think I'm gonna take the win that I can get with the Memory Storm, so I can discuss a memory with this assistant. Midwife's assistant is somber as autumn, as kind as autumn. She also likes her beer. Yeah, so that was the right call. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. From what you can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. Neither of these are worth committing in their current form. So while we're waiting, we can continue to look at the items inside. Did we ever finish all of these? First of all, authority. Once this shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. Okay. So we'll see what the weather is today. Rain! Alright, that's a big one for us. The Physic Garden. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curie of the Isle tended it. Even the branch and the bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brandkrug served as a prison. So we will review the contents when we get a chance. But It's a rainy day, so we have 2 Grail and 2 Nectar to work with. So we have, and it is summer still, so we have barbers. So in this case, we don't have enough. We don't have enough nectar to get to the walled garden. We do have enough to get to the tangle of thorns. We do have enough to get to the next level of the Grand Descent. So I think what we should do is we should have a bit of ambition here and go for the neglected room. Wait a minute, how do I do that? Because if rain is a memory, where do I get the other Grail from? Witching to Sane. But I don't have an area that I can make a Witching to Sane from. Alright, so I would want... Oops. So drinking cocoa's the best bet here. Lovely. Lovely sounds. Okay. Yes, so in this case, talking with... Again, I don't like using... For like lower levels challenges like this, I really don't like using up consumables, but I think this is one of these times I want to consider it. The alternative, of course, is to say we'll use it for a nectar book, but I don't have a nectar book, so... Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, so we have the midwife's assistance. I think it's fair to say, so one obvious question now is, would I use Whist for any of the texts here? And the answer to that is no. We're probably not reading any texts. So we will help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So we'll talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I think I'm going to take a chance here and camp in Solomon's bed, so I'll make this my lodgings for the time being, move your belongings into this room. You can then use this bed to rest soul cards and recover maladies. So that means health and fet will be used for... Okay, a nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So again, this is so that I can gain access to the neglected room, which should give me a couple of extra texts. And then similarly, we sort of review our situation. We see, can we do things with the existing books that we have? Like I said, we don't have a ton of texts that we can work with, but the fact that we have access to Mrs. Kill now means that storms are much more valuable. Okay, down to the Grushans. So we're just going to talk with Mrs. Kill for a while now. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Moth, I've garnered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies, undignified perhaps for the librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. And then we'll use the health to earn some real money. There tis and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Well, that's interesting. I feel like the sun has changed during summer. Okay, so the satisfaction memory is useful. Sort of, like we're not going to be able to bring Mrs. Kill back again, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, so if we had another Arab, for instance, we'd be able to turn that into a move, up to the not the smoking room, but the Grand Descent again. Anyways, I suppose I've used up all of my elements of the soul. I do have the tryst, I suppose, but I think the time has come for us to go to the neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. We can continue to read. So I don't think I ever actually read the description of this room above, but I am going to finish reading the details inside of the entrance hall. Right, Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, "Speech of the First Sword." Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Lignum vitae blank, the hardest of all woods. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. I do rather regret that I don't have more that I can do with this. The boy prays. There is no sign of a boy praying in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the dawn period with a simple inscription. Leaves in the wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone who was evidently good at trees and wanted you to know it. Lady Rowena, for as long as there has been a hush house, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Lady de Braus, sometimes known affectionately as the First Ava, Lady de Braus never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Serena Blackwood, this bust is carved from alabaster, and Musgrave de Wolf, the bust is carved from wood. Sherry? Okay, in the Physic Garden, the Nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curia of the Isle tended it. Even the branch and the bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brandkrug served as a prison. Comfortable garden chair, amateurly varnished, characterfully stained. Restful garden chair, sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Crag and Whiskey, the favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Okay, so as much as I like reading, I should have actually made something of the uncatalogued books. So let's take a second with those. I think I'll just stick them in my inventory, to be honest. Oh, just one text. All right. The next level would be the Motley Tower, first floor, so 5 moth or 5 heart. So we do still have access to the barber, so that should be 2 moth. I can get... I think the most I can get is 2... Yeah, no, actually the barber still gets us something. So if we can boost the barber through rumors, or through memories. Okay, so a memory will get them up to 4. So then that would be the fet that I think pushes them over the edge. This place is safe, bringing me now to the safe extent that dreams are safe. Okay, what does it even make sense that I have this? So yeah, this will get me the sky. So Trist goes here. Sky goes here. No, sorry, sky goes here. But I don't have the skill. Yeah, so I think Faust is the missing piece. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Ruby Wise Ruin, a ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. We've got a vase of lilies and elegant ornaments, nectar in winter, wicker chair, elderly but robust. The infirmary might be the better place for me to go. Arsenic, lantern, lantern edge, and winter. Material, not a drink. Sacrament malachite, back in the dawn period. The sister, sorry, I should be reading these. So, poison, sometimes known as the message of the swan. Sacrament malachite, back in the dawn period. The sisterhood of the triple knot used this in the rites of the ring-u, the hour which has also been called the malachite. Amethyst ampule, where it was released from the glass, it would be quite another color. Two heart, two knock. Skinchuck mead, a murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. Sorry, let's actually read the infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of St. Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary. They've still not permitted Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. The witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated, she cannot be touched, she is coral, amber, pearl. In Thunderskin, he cannot be stilled, he demands the dance, he is beaten like a drum, he is heard in the wood below the world. The velvet, the glory is a question, the moth always answers yes, the velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. And the sister in witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. All right. All right, I think I know what I want to do for the next day. And this is The World Despoiled, subtitled The Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents a medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, sometimes unkindly called the Cutter. So it occurred to me that I could probably just use my Trist to consider some paintings. Hang on. Okay, so it's a sunny day. That gets me 2 lantern, 2 sky. Can't do much about the sky. Maybe we translate that into a... Well, no, I can't translate that into a reading unless I somehow... All right, what do I really want to do here? So Fet gets me 1 moth. So if the barber's 2 moth, the Fet gets me a 3rd. And we need a 5th, right? Yeah. So I think I can get that just by reading a book. Like an intuition or something. Yeah, an impulse, but I can't actually get an impulse from any of my existing texts, so that is a case where I want rumors. Okay, so here's what we do. We have a chat with Mr. Kill. We're not gonna hire the barber until we know it's ready. So here we're going to spam him for conversation. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So the sweet bones, we will use our whist for help with letters. Could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug and not everyone here knows their letters. Abbot Geoffrey recorded a prophetic dream. 2 women, one in violet, one in white, gathering seashells. The white-clad one, he wrote, handed him a shell and reminded him that one cannot keep what one cannot hold. And recite, the eye sees more than the heart knows, Blake. So for curiosity, I'm going to try considering the Velvet with Fett. Now, my prediction is that Fett is going to be fatigued doing that. Yeah, so I want to use the Despairing. The Velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, and this painting has no more secrets to share. I'm surprised we don't have film in here. So we could use this to bring Mrs. Kill up to a 3-4 heart. I don't think that gets us anything we need, though. Oh, but I can get her to unlock the 2nd floor of the Grand Ascent. Alternatively, the Tangle of Thorns, but maybe the Grand Ascent is a little more important for me. Okay, so with that in mind, I am going to talk with Mrs. Kill for a conversation about not a conversation about gossip. Yeah, so there's actually quite a bit more that I can do with Mrs. Kill. I should be a little more careful about that. A story is told of Hendrik, first Baron de Wolf, and a local cunning man, one Red William, who placed a curse on the de Wolfs. There will be no 7th of their line. There's another story that it was no curse but a prophecy, and that Hendrik did not execute William but kept him safe in the caves below the isle. The funny thing is that even if I did want to commit these, I'm not 100% sure that I would actually get what I need. So I'm trying to be patient and not commit to things. In a pinch, so if I can access Denzel, what kind of forge activity can we look at? 5 forge, huh? Yeah, so interestingly enough, Denzel isn't actually as useful as he might seem. But Jeffrey recorded a prophetic dream. Oh, that's right. We already did that one. Now, I don't feel super good about this, but I think if I add it to consider, and then tryst. Oop. Oh, that's interesting. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it first. So what would drinking that accomplish for me? That's interesting. I want to try that, but I don't want to try that with something that, like, the cocoa is actually something I might want to use. Ross Crag and whiskey might be kind of interesting, but yeah, okay. So I'm going to assume that the same exists for the Pillis oat bread. Yeah, can't be a malady. Consume, eat it, there'll be nothing left, but you might enjoy the meal. Okay. Let's investigate some chairs. Printed card reads, now safe to sleep in this chair, GC. Okay, not really coming up with what we need, so today may be a bit of a wasted day. A thick deposit has accrued on the bottom of the stand, 100 years of rain applied to 100 winters of mud. Intuition might have been interesting in at another time. 2 moon, 2 rose. So I'm thinking, with the world despoiled. Oh wait, no, we'd still need the tryst though. Yeah, no, intuition doesn't actually get me what I need. Excuse me. Carved on the back by the maker, be with me a little while. Hearts and flowers have also been carved by an unauthorized but skillful hand. Ooh. dissect. Dissect the leaf. So I really do actually want to try some of this stuff out, but not at a time when I'm feeling the pressure on making the most of my resources. I suspect what happens is I just get a more powerful memory out of some of this stuff, but you know, we'll see. Okay, more gossip. I suspect we're not going to be able to get anything we want. Oh, for heaven's sake, I should have actually read the text. Oh, hang on. There is one other thing I should think about. So with Mr. Kill, if I give him the sunny day, he goes up to 3 sky. I don't think that gives me anything, but... yeah, so the highest we can get him would be 4 with the astrolabe. We're well past that point. Alright, fear's interesting. So we could combine that with Denzil to bring him up to 3. Yeah, 3 edge isn't going to cut it. Oh, not even. It would bring him up to 2. Yeah, so a bit of bad luck there, but we'll see. Alright, this is signed Brulot, but dated 1902, long after the librarian of that name left Hush House. She did come from a family of painters. I should be making the most of my health. Okay, Night is Fallen, Dawn will come soon. Not useful for... Alright, so this is... this is what I needed. Wait a minute, what did I use the FET for? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. This was a screwed up day anyway, so... I think we have one more day in the summer, so... For some reason, this donkey has human eyes. There is also a cigarette holder with no cigarette sticking coyly out of the corner of its mouth. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I still don't see an argument against bringing Mr. Kill in. All that I'm really missing through the use of the whist is a chance to make some more money at the Sweet Bones. Okay, cloudy day on the margin. I don't think that helps. Yeah, so I mean, that would bring us up to 4. Yeah, so we're going to ignore the clouds. We're just going to go for the same rumors we were looking for earlier. So we will use the Whist and the Sweet Bones. We will use Conversation with Mr. Kill. And what I'm looking for are 2 Grail or 2 Moth events. Gossip doesn't help because it's more Rose than Grail. Doesn't quite do it for us. So we don't have anything else to do in the Sweet Bones right now. I want to keep my Fett, and the Arab is for bringing Mrs. Kill into the mix if we need. I will feel a little bad if it's a wasted day, but. So Regret is Forge and Winter, Hindsight is Scale and Winter, Foresight is Forge and Lantern, and Gossip is Grail and Rose. So right now we don't have any combinations we can make something useful with. Okay. Best we can hope for right now is that we get that impulse. Okay, so it's most likely we're not going to get what we need today. Yeah. I mean, we can still keep trying for it, but I think it's fair to say we're not going to have the time. Yeah. So it feels a little bad to like just let a whole day roll by like that, but you know, we've got 3 skills. We don't have that much in terms of books that we can read reliably. So I kind of gotta. All right, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So it is now autumn, the Elegist season. So we now have Orchard Keepers, who give us a different combination. Orchard Keepers provide 2 nectar and 1 heart. So the 1 heart isn't very helpful, but the nectar might be. So the nectar may get us access to some of the different gardens. I think that's about it, actually. Still, it's useful. Offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. Check the book icon on the right. A seventh voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a seventh member. So the catch here, like, this is not bad. We're already struggling with Sky, so we don't really have what we need. The biggest thing here is that it costs 3 to acquire, so, you know, there's not much we can do about that. So we won't buy from Oriflammes. We do have Hail, though. So I think the best bet here would be to use this to read Deoris. Deoris is going to give us a new skill, which will hopefully unlock the rest of it. We do, of course, have the option of employing this Sky, so if we use that, we need 5 to cure the Tryst. So where would I get the other 2 Sky from? I guess I get 1 from the Astrolabe, but we're still short 1. Yeah, okay, so in this case we won't be able to use Mrs. Kill with the Arab, but I can live with that. So take Deoris, Memory, Arab, Edge of Conquest. I can master this mystery. In Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Maybe start ordering these by the overall difficulty. So I'll put Sunrise Awakenings at the start because I do actually have something Lantern. Daymare. Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Daymare. Grafen Friedrich, Dagmar, Sophia, Teresa, Helena, Benigna von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. So, she visited Affair of the Absent Friend, visited Hush House on business connected with the absent friend, understands Latin, interested in Nock, understands Ramsand, Rose, visitor, interested in Rose, understands Greek, as do I. Okay. So we'll collect. So if we talk with Daymare, conversation with Dagmar, hello dear, only me I'm afraid. There's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or you can leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So, now this one did seem to work. So let me just tab and update my note. Medusa, hey? What's that all about? Dashed if I know. Perhaps you can hope you can help. Try this book with as much mystery rose. Try a book with as much mystery rose. Okay. I don't think I have mystery rose books. So, do I risk it or... Because oddly enough, with Ibn al-Adim, we would have been able to use the edge from Deoris. I'm going to have to look into it for a friend. Call her K. Don't call her K. Forget about the friend. Follow new avenues, sort of thing. Okay, so... I'm going to try... I know the game said Rose. I'm going to try Nock. I'm actually going to try as high of an intensity of knock as I can manage. Okay, so that didn't actually seem to change much. So the text was pretty clear about wanting rows, but I just don't have any, so... would I want to use health? Sure. This is usually described as the third volume of De Oris, but Darcy Evers' foreword argues persuasively that it's a substantial reworking by the original author. The Lionsmith makes monsters, the Colonel has his scars, but the De Oris now insists that neither can truly defeat the other, that they must at some level understand these limits in their strategies, and that their enmity is an eternal engine of the world. So we have a memory contradiction, something uncomfortable. Let me make sure I have that. Okay. So we'll find a new home for the edge text. Disciplines of the Scar. So we're going to consider that right away. So I did note, I do note here from the previous question about whether it went into memories or lessons. So it seems to apply to both, and it's easy to see why, right? Like this is actually a memory as well as a lesson. So we will use it as a lesson though. A new skill to master boundaries through their determination. Not to worry, nice to get a bit of sea air. Okay, so we basically wasted a visitor on that, which is a shame. The game did warn us, so I can't be too salty about it. But yeah, I'll in future I will go for the Spintra rather than discussing current affairs. So I think this one might turn into an illumination, and this would be one that I'm willing to commit to the Tree of Wisdom, simply because we don't have any other edge texts right now. So the likelihood of me getting another level of these anytime soon is somewhat remote. Well, I mean, I can get a hushery out of it, but... So this is a Faust, this is a... Yeah, no, we definitely go for the Faust. So the Scar, the Mansus is the fortress of dream where the true hours rule, and nowhere is the Scar beneath it where the nowhere hours lair. Without the hours above, that Scar would be an open wound, so the bright arts teach us. And crime, the Mansus is the fortress in dream raised by the gods who were stone. Nowhere is the inevitable Scar beneath it. Monstrous, the gods from nowhere, but cruel, the gods who were stone. So we are going to go for the Scar. So we will assign it. Oop, let me just double check the logic here. Yes, so the further down illumination we go, eventually we can get to a higher level of hushery. Although actually, weirdly enough, it wouldn't really make sense. Like, what I really want to do is go all the way down Nyctodromi. It doesn't actually make sense to commit anything more to hushery. I mean, I'll keep my options open, but in this case, it doesn't quite make sense. to go any further because the highest way I can move up would be from Nyctodromy to Lantern, not Lantern to... Nyctodromy to Hushery, not Illumination to Hushery. Anyways, Faust makes absolute sense here, so we're committing it. Sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Now, it's also worth remembering that we can get another level of sky out of this. So we have, between Faust and the Astrolabe, we have 2. From a memory, we can go up to 4, and then we get a 5th sky with Mr. Kill. So we'll just double check that that doesn't change anything for our calculations here. Now it's 6. But when it comes to reading the Lantern texts, so here we've got Sunrise Awakening, so really, if I get 1 revelation, for instance, then I can turn that into another book read. So I think we will have a chat with Mr. Kill about life. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Just trying to take a second and think. I know there was some edge. So unfortunately my Arab is already spoken for, so unless we can somehow do something with 3 edge, I think I'm wasting my time here. Yeah. Okay. So we just keep talking with Mr. Kill, hoping that we get a lantern item. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip, add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Oh, you know what? So with a Faust and a Storm, I can cure the Tryst. Fortunes I tell may be real and may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. So I'm holding out hope that we're going to get a lantern memory. I suppose I could see if the confounding parable gets me anything. That Storm's tempting. That Storm gets me 2 heart, 2 sky. So that's a total of 3 available, 4 with the Astrolabe, 5 sky, but we need the 6th. Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame because the sky, like, I've got multiple uses for the sky now. I probably could have used the Faust when the light went down, but I don't want to do that now. Okay. Nothing too exciting, but that's life. Yeah, so I'm thinking a lantern memory helps us. I might bring in Mrs. Kill next. Just because I feel that she is a bit more versatile for what we need. And I don't see how Mr. Kill necessarily gets us access to something that we... Like, I kind of feel that with Mr. Kill, we're going to get the same rumors, you know, no matter what, so... Okay, it is a gale, so that's 3 heart, 3 sky. That throws everything into question. Okay, so I need 5. Let me just think about my tryst. So we've got 5 that I need. I can actually just work this out in the bed. So I put my restoration here, and I put my Faust in here, and I put the gale in as a memory. We're up to 4, so I would need a skill, which I don't have the sky for. Or I would need a beverage, but I don't have a beverage with sky, which is fine, because I just... Actually, there's a couple things I want to do. So, 1, I'm going to consider the astrolabe. Okay, so what we're going to want to do here is boost up Mrs. Kill. So we can turn her into a 4 heart and then a 5 with my health. So with that knowledge, what's the best I can do? Okay, so we can go into... I think there's a couple books in here. There's definitely books in here. And there's also definitely books in here. I think the largest number of books is here, so whatever it is, we're definitely doubling down on Mrs. Kill, and we do want Mr. Kill for well, do we? We'll lock in the whist. So I'll figure the rest out later, but I think we're going to be able to talk with... I think we'll just talk with Mrs. Kill throughout the day, and then settle on where we want things. I really should be spending more time outside just to look at the beautiful backgrounds for this game. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boost heart, scale, and nectar. The base is marked with the wave and bell of the prescribed city, Ys. Right. So we'll prepare for some more books coming in. And you know what? I value getting access to the books faster than the money I'm going to make from the whist, so... Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Alright, so we're going to chat with Mr. Kill for that, and we're going to go up to the Motley Tower, the first floor. The door jam's half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. Threepence, or thruppence, or a threepenny bit. Like twopence, but more so. Twopence, or if you prefer, tuppence, a sort of Janus of pennies. There was that impulse I was hoping for earlier. It does also give us nectar, but it's not enough for the orchard keeper to really do anything we need. I feel like Musgrave de Wolf has shrunk. Fortunes I tell may be real, they may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. Okay, so this is why we unlock this room. The second floor requires 6 heart or 6 moth. So if we wind up in another gale, I think we'll open up the gloomy room. But for now, we've got Fraser Strathcoin. This bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. But yeah, at this point here, what we do is we load up on texts. So here we have porphyrin. Of course, if we use this, it gets completely used up. So, all right. Take advantage of our tryst. So Moon and Rose isn't terrible. Let me just double check that I'm not ruining things for myself. Yeah. So we get 3 out of that, but we can't quite go all the way. Okay, the high traditions of the noble endeavor. We should take a look to see whether or not I can pull that off. A blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. So I'll add it to the pile here. Okay, so I can add 2 from Disciplines of the Scar, 3 from Arab. So I can get up to 5 unless... Oh, I keep forgetting to talk about rumors with Mr. Kill. Oh, I should be able to read this text now. So it occurred to me I didn't need to wait for the 2, I just needed the 1 lantern so I could combine it with the Disciplines of the Scar. So, Sunrise Awakenings, an uncharacteristically poignant meditation by the edge-long Twairog of Marianid, who later came to Hush House under a variety of other names, often in search of some sort of fight. Okay, this is Vinzant's Minglings, a 4 forge text. That is... see if we had... If we had the, not shaft, metal. If we had metal, we would, we'd be laughing at that one, but I actually don't think we have what it takes, because we don't have forge skills, and we don't have forge... We don't have forge skills, we don't have forge elements of the soul. The best we can do is get 2 forge from a memory. Now, we can hope for the best. Actually, maybe what we do there, that's one of those times where we use Tryst. So we'll use the tryst to catalog the books first, obviously. Nephrite, I don't think I can fit it in the... Yeah, so that goes alongside World Despoiled. Gideon is the 5th Baron Brankrug, so I think by process of elimination I should be able to put Walter in his place. Gideon was the cutter, and he was the 5th. So we know the Baroness. Ah, okay, so it's either 4th or 2nd. Okay, and Thomas was the 2nd. Okay, so if Thomas... Okay, so Thomas was the 2nd. 5th was the cutter. 7th Baroness, so by process of elimination, he would have to be the 4th. So, Musgrave de Wolf, this bust is carved from wood, Jerry. Okay, if light were not silent, it would be music. If music were visible, it would be light. Okay, let me just double check here. So yeah, I only get 1 lantern out of that skill. Okay, Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. So we do have a little bit of scale, but not enough to make the difference here. Still, it's within the realm of possibility, so... I'm not too optimistic about the stuff that I'm finding, but it's not a disaster either. Six forwards, the Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Haffren. The de Wolf line might have ended there if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. Okay, so again, long shot, but not impossible. Fallen, dawn will come soon. Each day's light, Trog suggests, is faintly touched by the light of every past day. So in the light of every present day, we may begin to understand something of days to come. At least this appears to be his conclusion, but he stops in mid-sentence, apparently having lost patience with the act of writing, or possibly having been ambushed. Okay, so that is a completed lantern text, I think. Okay, so we've got auroral contemplations out of that. Memory Revelation. I might want to put that to use. Let me just make sure that I don't have this in the catalog already. Oh, wait, I do. Do I have a lantern shelf yet? Oh, of course, because I just did it. Excuse me. Advice on containment. This might be translatable in a fog. There's a Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. So if I want to make something of the lantern or the forge, now is the time. I'm probably going to regret this. No! Okay, no point in doing it now. All right, auroral contemplations. To know what will pass in what has passed. The practitioners of this discipline will see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions in the same mode as dawn and sunset. So this one's interesting because it is a Nyctodromy skill. The question is, will I be able to advance it further, given that... Oh, yeah, that's a hard one, actually. So if it's a Nyctodromy skill, there is it would be advisable for me to try and push it a bit higher, and I do have some lantern text that I can read, so this may be one that I don't want to put in the Tree of Wisdoms. For the sake of argument, we've already committed Disciplines of the Scar, so I can't see what it would have given me in Illumination Land. But like the logic here would be I assign Auroral Contemplations because it puts me on the sense. Okay, well that's a non-starter actually. We've already got so I should be trying for level 2 at minimum, and even then it's probably going to give me a FET. But yeah, we don't commit Auroral Contemplations. That was an easy choice. The Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. So again, 8 was my limit in terms of texts that would be like difficult but not impossible. This is probably a waste of time. But where's that 4? I figure with the 4... the 4 forge text. There's like no hope of this thing working, but... Now, the Auroral Contemplation's a little bit of a different story. So we've got Revelation now, Auroral Contemplations, and Fosk brings us up to 6. So we just need to chat with Mr. Kill again, or Mrs. Kill. I suppose Mrs. Kill makes a little more sense in the present situation. Okay, so we chat with Mrs. Kill no matter what. Mrs. Kill always stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Looking at the... Whoop! Fog. 3 knock, 3 moon. Alright, so... Damn it! Okay, so if I try to talk with Reverend Timothy, we need 5 knock. Okay. So it is better for me to use knock with a text. I don't have Shapt. So I stack up as many memories as I can. Yeah, we stack up as many memories as we can, and we hope for a lucky break. As it is, the tryst is already occupied, so we're a little lucky there. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. Add something to enhance Mrs. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Okay, that probably gets me my next... Yeah, okay, that unlocks my next region, so we're gonna bring Mr. Kill into the equation now. So I suppose the question is, do I see value in going further up the ascent, or do we use her to unlock one of the gardens? What kind of sick game makes the sound of a baby giggling while being sawn? Increase the relevant aspects by adding an element to the soul card. None of these elements of the souls are going to help the forge. I think I might unlock the garden just because. There's still a chance. A remote one, but still a chance. I don't think I'm going to need the health. We're going to keep talking for a little bit. At least until the tests are done. Dendrian, thank you very much for the raid. It's actually quite late. I was probably going to wrap up, but now I got to stick around. Add a weather card. Unfortunately, it doesn't give forge, so it doesn't help. But welcome all of the Dendrian Raiders. We are playing the very last beta of Book of Hours. They have taken off all of this text as yet unrevealed in beta. And It's pretty good. Where are my kindred? Where Ubisunt? Where are my kindred? Where is the giver of treasure? Where are the benches to bear us? Joys of the hall to bring us together. A mood has come upon you which increases certain aspects. A bit tired, and I know I'm going to have some stuff that I need to do after a long stream, which always makes me a bit nervous, but it is very hard to complain about doing more Book of Hours. They've added, the mysteries in this have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So unlucky, but we weren't expecting a whole lot either. Regret. Weirdly enough, that actually gives me Forge aspect. But yeah, so there are sounds, like there are weather sounds, and they change depending on how, like whether you're inside or outside. It is just an absolutely beautiful touch to a game that already has a significant amount of beauty already in it. Okay, we're gonna Hail Mary the fog at the very end. I can actually probably angle things to my advantage as well by reading certain texts that have knock. Just give me a second here. Okay, so I don't have anything that'll give me knock from the... For those of you who are not familiar with Dendrian, Dendrian is a very talented streamer in his own right. I know a lot of you who watch this channel generally like watching me for the... you know, just kind of the have something extra on the other monitor to watch. I don't know what you were playing today, actually, but Dendrian I found originally through Against the Storm, but he tends to play quite a few games. He did the most recent Legend of Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom. I've seen him do Graveyard Keeper, which was really entertaining. Just overall, he's been a lot of fun to hang out with, and also just a very thoughtful streamer, so somebody that can, you know, if you want a conversation, he's quite capable of holding his own on a number of different subjects. So, you know, great sense of humor, great conversationalist, just a very relaxed stream, and somebody who's probably a bit better at keeping the gameplay going while talking, in addition to being a bit more skilled at games than I am. So somebody who kind of, I think across a number of dimensions, you know, has the qualities that might attract people to this broadcast, but also has them in greater quantities, let's say. So definitely somebody worth checking out, in my opinion. Okay, I can take another crack at the Forge, but I think in this case I'm going to want to work on the knock. Okay, I can see using the FET for fortune telling here. Okay. I'm going to switch things around a bit. So we're going to talk with Mrs. Kill about satisfaction. And I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill in hopes of getting something to use with the Faust and the Auroral Contemplations, and then we're going to take a flyer on the fog. Actually, I guess technically we can take the flyer already. This will probably fail, but... Knock, a crack in the seal? Perhaps. So we are reading Traveling at Night, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Hey, no worries, Dendrian. I do like giving people reasons to check out stuff that I talk about. Memories don't last long as books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay. So we're going to start talking with Mr. Kill for a while, and I think I said I was going to unlock the Tangle of Thorns using Mrs. Kill. Somber as autumn, as kind as autumn, she also likes her beer. The flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. So what essentially we're relying on here is that we're going to get something like, find a knock painting or something to that effect that allows us to put the item in the slot. It's, again, unlikely to work, but it's not impossible. The fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. I think I do actually have a book that'll give me a lantern. Just give me a second. So Sunrise Awakenings, I think that. Yeah, so the funny thing is, like, I've already committed all of my elements of the soul, but if I read Sunrise Awakenings, I would have actually been able to. I would have already been able to read the level 6 lantern text. We'll remember that for next period. I've been relying on chance a little bit too much with my followers, and that's not actually required. All right. For first, increase relevant aspects by adding an element to the soul card, so that's not going to happen. The Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer, neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savors overwhelm them. So we've got a Skin Shuck Mead, which I'm not going to use, a Hurricane Lamp, proof against storm, wind, and moth swoop alike. We've got the garden. Again, I don't have any gardening skills, so that doesn't really get me anything. And so yeah, there's not too much in here for me to work with right now, but it's still a very pretty place. We'll be approaching winter soon. Gotta keep talking to Mr. Kill. There's still a chance. Art, it's educational, you lucky soul. One day this will be limited to an in-room availability, but right now, grab it map-wide. Guess not. So they wanted another element of the soul. I don't have anything with Nox, so looking pretty grim in terms of our ability to deliver. Still a chance. Wall art. Take a moment to look at something here. Increase relevant aspects by referencing a piece of wall art. I don't think I actually have a knock wall art. Oh, hang on, the fractured mirror. Haha, the day is ours. Rest my eyes. Take a moment to look on something here. Oh, and we got a memory revelation. Man, everything's coming up Millhouse. Okay, so we'll take our Faust, our Auroral Contemplations, the memory revelation. What? Okay, as much as I'd love to distill Eigengrau, oh, hang on, right, because we don't have the text. All right, Lantern Revelations. I can master this mystery. Enough lantern to match the mystery lantern. Locksmith's Dream and Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Gallmer's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. So a quick aside on this. I'll talk a little bit more frankly about this than I like to. And honestly, one of the reasons why I hold off talking about it is because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about for the most part. But there has been sort of a secret game within a game for Cultist Simulator, and it's been referred to in a couple of times. It's related to the bird and worm slider. So I'm pretty sure what I'm going to say is kind of public knowledge right now, but in the beta of the game, I believe it was the play. Like the Mistress Mavelin and Corfino and I'm too tired to remember what it was. Anyways, there's a lantern text, which is a play, and if you looked, there was a little message saying, hey, if you're looking for mysteries, you found the right place, so on and so forth. So I think that was eventually taken out. I think one of the ways into sort of the secret game was the bird and the worm slider. And if you messed with the bird and the worm slider, Humors of a Gentleman, thank you. That's the one I was looking for. I think that was eventually moved or otherwise modified, but there was the bird and the worm slider. And everybody liked asking what that was done. The reason why I feel okay saying what the bird and the worm slider does is that I do happen to know that this has been stated in public in one other place. So the way that worked was that if you would mess with that slider and you checked your save file, there was a message very much like Humors of a Gentleman there. And that would sort of be your entryway into a series of puzzles which usually involved sort of like Google searches and so on and so forth. I believe and these were known as the enigmas, and they would sort of lead to mysteries, but also to additional hints in terms of like what was going on in terms of the lore. So as you can see, I don't have a very good recollection of these things, but if I am not mistaken, the cross died not but passed within, I believe, originally appeared in one of the enigmas. So there was a new version of this that was released, which is a little bit more like kind of, if you don't have a lot of time to do this, you can still sort of conceivably go through it. But I do notice that it seems like the enigma has been closed again. So I don't. I'm not quite sure what to make. Actually, I'm trying to remember why I brought this up. Wall art. Added the knock. Played. Oh, right. Sorry. Now I remember. So one of the things about the enigma. So this is because I was doing the. This is because I was doing the librarian run. One of the things that can be helpful for doing, like one thing for me is that if you want to know more about the game, it's actually very easy to just go into the folder and see everything laid out inside of the JSON files. And I would recommend against that because, you really only get to experience the game once. And if you get to see what all the formulas for things are, you don't have that opportunity to sort of have the fun of discovery. But I'll bring this up again, even though it's tedious. If you are of a certain temperament... what? Oh, here we go. It takes a minute for this to load. It's like a 50 megabyte PNG file or something. All right. So what you can use the information from the JSON files for is network analysis, which is what I've got here. So like This is what Cultist Simulator looks like when you take all of the different aspects and link them together in a network. The colors here are, so I didn't explicitly assign groups. This was getting like kind of doing a cluster analysis. And as it happens, they tended to line up quite well with the different aspects. One thing that I thought was interesting is that the secret histories aspect did not come out as its own. It actually came out as a subset of Lantern. And there is some argument as to whether or not the secret histories count as an aspect of their own. You will notice secret histories does not appear in Book of Hours, however Rose does, and I do feel that Rose has an association with secret histories. So, in any case, like, if so, you know, like this is the thing that's hard, right? Like, you can't argue against looking into the files, because looking into the files can sometimes get you things like, you know, finding out about secret things in, you know, secret mysteries or you know, not exactly ARGs, but, you know, the enigmas and such. And of course, going into the files allows you to do these, you know, wonderful bits of analysis. And like, there's just kind of cool little things here, right? Like, you can see this is, I'm pretty sure this is the long attacks in the Apostle run. And you can actually also see, where was it? Oh yeah, this is another one. So like, you can kind of see the DLC. The Apostle run isn't the DLC, but like, you can kind of see the things that were added in as like special events, and that they're disconnected from the network because they're like the entryway into them. So you can actually kind of see the structure of the DLC. Actually, there's a couple of differences here. So Society doesn't seem to interact. Yeah, so there's a few that aren't attached otherwise. But yeah, just, you know, neat. I think this stuff is kind of neat. I like being able to look at it. I obviously put a lot of work into that. So, you know, that's what you get if you're willing to go into the files and mess around. But obviously that comes at a cost, right? Like, you generally want to do that if you're... I did this after I was quite comfortable with the game. So when doing the librarian run, I sort of says like, okay, I'm going to double check the JSON files to make sure that there isn't a text that I'm unfamiliar with or that's been added, you know, or that I've forgotten. But, you know, I don't want to go too far in terms of saying like, here's all the places I'm going to get them. And so like, I'm going to plan out the run ahead of time, because then it's not really a challenge anymore. Then it's just sort of me, going through the motions of playing Cultist Simulator. The point of that run was to kind of keep things fresh in terms of the run. The response on Reddit was very nice, by the way, so thank you for that. And there's a few people on... I noticed there were a couple of people who are like, oh, he put the followers by color instead of aspect. And I'm like, does it make it more inconvenient to move? Like, what am I going to use my followers for? I've already ransacked all of the locations, but... I don't know. I think people just want to poke holes at cool things because, I don't know, they can't make cool things themselves. But yeah, so one of the things that happened as part of the Enigmas was there are 4 volumes of the Locksmith Stream in Cultist Simulator. And one of the enigmas, I believe, was attached to... I didn't do this one, but I kind of heard through the grapevine what this thing was. So the 5th volume of the Locksmith's Dream is something that I believe was attached to the enigmas. Turns out, in the game, you can actually ask her to sign it. And she asked, where did you get this? But in any case, in Cultist Simulator, this book exists but cannot be reached, the same way that the Secret Histories painting exists but cannot actually be obtained normally in the game. You have to like either modify a save file or go into the console and generate it. But in the case of Book of Hours, this special text is now actually something that you can find in Hush House. So The fifth and final volume of Teresa Gallagher's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. And of course, now you can see why it refers to never being written. It's not just the game being weird for the sake of being weird. That was actually very directly a reference to knock, a gate flung wide. There's still a chance. Sure, we already got it. I have mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Alright, so we got an impulse and an edict's liminal. So let me just make sure that I've got that recorded. We're good. I'm reading. The wood lies outside. Sorry, the wood lies outside the walls of the mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the mansis has no walls. And Ilopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. So I think we can just collect that right away. New skill, the precepts of limitation and division established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the chancel. And we get to find out what the chancel is higher up in Hush House. Oh yes, I need to move traveling at night. So volume 1 goes to... Oh, come on. So I can't actually use these shelves. Oh, okay, that one I can use. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So there's not that much that can kind of come out of this, but... Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so this is good for Nyctodromy or Skolakosophy. The precepts of limitation and division established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the chancel. So, here's what we're going to do. I don't think I'm going to commit these, because, again, there's a specific pattern that I want to follow. So we put this in, we get a Fet, which is not that exciting, and we have already accounted for Nyctodromy. Oh, sorry, no, we've accounted for Nyctodromy. Oh, yes, we've already committed Skolakosophy. So, if I can get this up to level 2, I'm gonna adjust these. Yeah, so the plan would be move up to Nyctodromy with a level 2 here. Get up to Nyctodromy 4 so that I can get up to a Hushery 5, and then Hushery 6 becomes Illumination 7, but yeah, so the ideal is we get up to Nyctodromy 4 before we start committing things to Hushery. Whether or not it works out that way is a whole other question. And then as far as Skolakosophy is concerned, doesn't really go all that far. Yeah, so Skolakosophy was my path to Nyctodromy. Nyctodromy is my path to Hushery. Hushery is my main objective, and everything else is extra. I committed to Lantern or Illumination somewhat foolishly, thinking that I could go further up Hushery. The catch here is that Nyctodromy actually takes me further. So, although I guess we can still use that to move up Ithistry. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, just the commitments that I've made already have opened up a few more paths for me. So, for instance, Edict's Liminal gives me 2 Moth and a Knock that I can play with. So, I didn't have anything to access Moth before, which means that... Actually, I think we're light on some of our Moth stuff, but let me just see here. I should take a minute here and just realign. Yeah. Oddly enough, an 8 lantern seems a bit more realistic right now. Yeah, you know what? Actually, moth isn't quite as exciting because the moth that I need needs to be translated. Yeah, so there's a 6 moth mystery here, but I don't have the language that's required. Dr. Adim comes back, well, that'll change, but... Okay, so yeah, my book options aren't quite as exciting as I thought they were, but we can still give it a shot. I'm probably going to wind up using the sky to cure my tryst, if I'm completely honest. I don't know, we'll see how it all works. So my best shot right now... I mean, it's too late to try, but... So it's not that I think we're going to be able to get Vincent's musings, but if it asks us for a memory, and again, I think night's going to pass before we use the memory regret. But the idea here is that if it does, if it does ask us for a memory and we happen to be lucky, we'll see it through. All right. So locksmith's dream and cursus. The law goes back all the way to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This I had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them. But even they cannot keep them. And of course, a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. Okay, so first things first, we're going to get Mrs. Kill in play. That gives me a little more. Okay, we've got fog again. So now is probably the time I want to be considering some of the moon texts. Although I don't think we have any like low level moon. Yeah, not looking great. So here's what I'm actually gonna slightly adjust these. So, my God, how many 6 moon texts do I have? I gotta get this tryst working again. Oh man, advice on containment? That's a piece of cake now. Or no, it isn't. Oh yes, it is, because we've got the 8x liminal. Okay. I don't think this desk will take knock, but... Wait, do I not have a knock desk? That seems weird. Oh wait, no, that's deeper in the... Right, okay. But yes, I do have a use for this fog after all, and I don't need to take a flyer on it. So next up, we're hoping to get Mrs. Kill to get a... another Grail. Another Grail memory. So the Legions hold the keys. I had thought the Legions only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky, but I began to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin who unite what is not to be divided might accept Elysian as her name. So we've got another confounding parable. That's moon, rose, and sky. And a lesson, glaziery and lightsmithing. So I would use that in consider verb, but too late. Okay, so we've already fatigued the Faust. No point trying that. This will get me sky, so this is useful across a couple of dimensions. Alright, by adding an assistance card, which will be used up. So if we had Denzel, we would have this in the bag, but I'm not hiring Denzel, just, you know, on the off chance that we needed it. There's still a chance. Pretty remote one, but there is technically still a chance. Fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using a thing. We've got one forge there. I'm actually going to take some time to see... The thing may be consumed, but... Oh, that's right. I probably want to be careful about using this Lapsang Suchong, because I believe I wind up using that with... I think I used that with Denzel quite a bit. You mean to tell me there's not one forge painting? Okay, Reveille Summer. Painting's not a thing. Okay, I'll use the gorse if I have to. This will also be an education to see whether or not it gets eaten up. There's still a chance. We're only up to 2 forge, so pretty unlikely. Epiphany. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments. Joyce, a mood has come upon you which will increase certain aspects. I suspect probably not forge, though. Forge a kindled flame. There's still a chance. Oh, hell! We wound up with a 4. All right. Well, I am amazingly lucky. So, Vincent's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vincent speaks of the sacred alloys. The alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, and the alloys intendant. Okay, so we did lose the gorse, though. Tremendous sadness abounds over this. Vincent warns that Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vincent warns that the minglings of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the leashed flame to produce their heirs may have been analogous issues. For though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law in spirit, letter. Okay, so we are. I will confess, I'm actually a little surprised we pulled that off. Let me just make sure that I've got foresight down. So bells and braziers. I've gained more understanding of bells and braziers. That resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. So what am I looking for now? We've used up the Faust. I guess we're trying to get Grail for Mrs. Kill. Oh wait, we're also trying to use the knock right. Let's get that. Oh right, no, I need to use... okay, we still have time. We're still in the morning. Or we're just crossing into afternoon? I don't know. Okay, 2 Forge and Sky. So we'll also read Lesson, Glaciery, and Lightsmithing. New skill, break a window. What have you made? A way, a new light, a weapon. Natalia Brulot. So this can apply to Horomachistry or Ithistry. So just remembering here that our intention is to go to level 2 Illumination and sort of leapfrog Ithistry. And then for Horomachistry, that is one that actually could lead us further down Birdsong. Seems like a good idea to me. So yes, Horomachistry should actually be... Ooh, and that gives me metal. Okay, so there's a strong argument for considering Horomachistry here. I'm not gonna lock it in yet, but this is one that I would be quite willing to lock in. Their tiz and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill. There's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Oh, I should be adding this to the... Yeah, so surely I have another knock text that I can do this with, right? If not, then what the hell am I waiting for on the fog? Alright, so that raises some interesting questions. So if I have the Edict's Liminal, I can add that with... Okay, so I suppose... Right. It was advice on containment. Okay. So we'll finish our consider and then we will employ the tryst towards that task. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So lantern and sky as well. Quite similar. Okay. First things first. Whist at the Sweet Bones for money. The knock text with the fog and Edict's Liminal. Alright, knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book, enough knock to match mystery knock. My hope here is that we're going to get a satisfaction from Mrs. Kill, just so that we can move up to the second floor. That one's a little more random, though, so we're not quite sure where that goes. Okay, this is good for illumination and ithistry, so this is the sort of thing that I would want to... Oh, and it's chandlery, a skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. To confound villagers and visitors, leave a meaningful pause before the word suitable. Wait a minute. A skill that can be used with ingredients to make candles. To confound villagers and visitors. A skill that can be used with suitable... Wait, before the word. A skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. I'll figure it out eventually. Anyways, there's some things that we can lock in if I have to, but I think we're in a position here where we can make some progress with our existing skills. So if we got the metal, this would bring us up to 4. Yeah, actually, bells and braziers would push us over the edge for that. So I don't know, something to consider, I suppose. As far as the sky goes, I don't know. Alright, advice on containment. There's a Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. Okay, we've got an impulse from Mrs. Kill. Thyrza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. Right, so if I want to give her a boost to something, now is the time. I don't think any of it really does anything, though, so... Yeah, so if we wound up in a gale or stronger, we can heal the Tryst. Thyrza notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrying, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confining Mantis long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might have been lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring screen. Memory pattern. Okay, let me just make sure that... I feel like we've already recorded this, but... Yes. Okay. This is a pretty strong one for Nock. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna consider oh hell, that's gonna be impossible to pick up that book again. Okay, we can do it. Barely. I'm just trying to think about what my next best option is, because like it's moon all the way down basically. I feel like if I get my sky, I probably should be employing that towards I should employ that towards making making myself better, because that'll help with the moon. And then Edge. Edge is a tricky one because we've got 2 from Disciples of the Disciplines of the Scar. We get 1 from Arab, so that's a total of 3, but we need 6. So actually, no, Hail. Hail gives me the extra 3. So if there's a hailstorm, we can definitely read the high traditions of the noble endeavor. But that, again, it's one of those tough spots where you wind up you wind up hoping for a oh, you know what? I should be earning money. You wind up hoping for weather rather than executing like a full-on plan, so that never feels good. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so this is a Hushery or another Ithistry. I mean, it's 2 knock, which is nice. So Faust is nice. Whist, I mean, again, like, I don't dislike some of this stuff. It just doesn't, like, it's not necessary. So, like, Metal I can argue as, yeah, I need that. Health, again, nice, not necessary. I mean, the Tryst I can sort of say I need because right now the one that I have is despairing, but we're not going to be in that state forever. And in fact, we're 1 storm away from solving that. So we'll see what the next day brings. Memory's fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So let's use Arab again. It's a rainy day, so that's already given us what we need with Mrs. Kill. Just taking a second to see. So it's 2 Grail, 2 Nectar. Don't really. We are in fall, so it is worth remembering. I'll get the exact stats. An Orchard Keeper has 2 Nectar and 1 Heart. So, in principle, we take the heart. Health. That's 1 Nectar. Rain. So that's a total of 3 Nectar. Add 2 for the Orchard Keeper. So that can get us up to 5. So if we have a 5 Nectar area that we want to get into, this would be the time to consider that. The thing is that, like, first of all, clearly the Grail is sufficient for Mrs. Kill, so we don't need to do it there. The only real argument for the Nectar here is the Walled Garden. And as much as I would like to go to the Walled Garden, I don't know, like, I don't think it's impossible for me to be able to raise a character up to a level where they can already go in. So, for instance, instead of bringing in Mrs. Kill, I bring in Mr. Kill. I talk to him about Arab. If I talk to him about Arab, then no. So it would be Denzil. Talk to him about Arab. Then I guess to get to Denzil, I would need the Edge already. So yeah, I would need to hire a miner or something. Anyways, let's just say for whatever reason I can get Denzil, talk to Denzil, talk to him about Arab, talk to him about a 2-edge item. We can get him up to 4. We can move it in there. So it's expensive, but it's something that can be done. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. If we had like a 5 nectar area that was exciting to go into, so like not the second floor of the Grand Descent, I could see that working. Honestly, right now I just see it it's, you know, it's a nice to have, I guess, but it doesn't really get me anything. I think what I'll do here, I'm gonna talk with Mr. Kill about like I'm gonna get Mrs. Kill to unlock the next floor right away, and I'm gonna use Mr. Kill for conversation. And I guess the rest of this is going to be seeing what kind of cards I draw. Because I honestly don't see any of these cards right now giving me what I need to level up. If I zoom in... Yeah. So you can hear the rain. And then when we get into the Keeper's Lodge, outside, inside. I love this touch so much. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Grand Descent, the second floor. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I have heard that Gervinius van Loren, the last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. So it now takes a minute to unlock an area. So I suppose, in the interest of like trying to do something, we would maybe try one of the moon texts. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? It's always tempting to think that I've got my way out with the sickness, but it's actually harder than it looks. So what I basically need to do here is I take my Faust, Memory Storm. So I think the most powerful, actually, yeah, I also need to make, so yeah, the most powerful lantern and sky that I have is Glazurine Lightsmithing. So it seems like we're on our way, right? So then I add Trist, so cure a malady. I could cure this malady with bed rest, something suitable to drink, and enough of the relevant aspect. Check the malady card for details. And this is the catch. If I had a beverage with Sky, we're great. And if you look at all of them, the one aspect that none of these drinks have is Sky. There definitely are Sky beverages. They're just not immediately available to me. Oh, hell. Oh, actually, sorry, that's wrong. Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong does do the trick. But that's going to be one I use with Denzil, so until I can find a replacement for that, I'm actually holding off. Because again, when we get a storm, we'll be fine. Okay, let's keep talking with Mr. Kill. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this be pure white like this before. Okay. Oh, this description sounds right, though. All right, Grand Descent, the second floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in the niche, in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. And here we've got the abandoned bedroom. That's a 5 moon or 5 rose entryway. So that one, I think I can only get people up to 4. So if I had, there's like a map or a globe in one of these areas. That gives me an extra rose, but it's going to be a while before we can get there, so. I don't know, we'll work it out, but I will confess, though, I'm a bit reluctant to try like a higher level lantern text with my existing skills, because that's one of those things that can wind up even the storm, like, or even with the sky, like that's something where I might find that my Faust is negatively affected. Okay, now the fear is interesting. Well, not really, because it's not enough edge. I suppose it's scale, though. So with the Republic of Teeth, we've got 2 scale here. Okay, so we've got 4. I've already used my health. You know what? You only YOLO once. I could do more to make this a more likely win. But the thing is, I don't have that much to fear if I fail, so. By that I mean, like, the Trist is already cursed, so it's, you know. True, although I don't think it's likely it's going to ask me for that. The furniture has been comparatively rare. But I mean, again, we do the best with what we have. Right now, I'm trying to go as far as I can while committing the smallest amount to the Tree of Wisdoms, just to make sure that I can, you know, I have some options when the time comes. But you're absolutely right. Like, if it comes down to it, there are quite a few items around the house that could help out with this. Okay, so in theory, if I had my health available, that definitely could have helped. Would have brought it up to a 5. I guess we can get a preview. It's going to ask us for memory, actually, so unfortunately I don't think we have a scale memory. Okay, so it wants another soul. Can't give it to him. So I think we're busted on this. Like, foresight's not going to help, so... Yeah, so... No scale to speak of for these. But all that we've lost is the fear memory, so... Not today. The mysteries have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So we'll see what the weather brings tomorrow. Denzel, weirdly enough, is my best option for the next level. So I suppose the question is, do I want to try and bring in Mrs. Kill? Okay, so what would Mrs. Kill get me, I suppose, is the question. Well, if it's a stormy day, we can actually probably get to the gloomy room. It is a sunny day, so... okay, so... What can I do with this? Because I feel between the sunny, the Faust, and the auroral contemplations, we have options here. Oh wait, no, because it's 8. Yes, the Rose of Wasnai is an 8. Okay, well, we've got a ton of cash, so I think the easy answer... Oh, that's right, I need... Okay, there's a little bit of a dance that I need to do here, so we're going to start by talking with Mr. Kill. I'm basically going to ignore the sunny day. Okay, that's a Grail and a Rose. What I'm looking to get is a heart. Well, what I'm specifically looking for is Edge, Forge, or Heart. So I could grant it by talking with him about Arab or health, but I'm not quite ready to do that yet. What is that scale I was looking for? You know, if I wasn't such a moron, I could have used that whist, talked with him, used the hindsight, and we would have just been able to get... Yeah, I don't need to get Denzel. I need to get my head on straight. Is there any cheap stuff I might be able to get him to do? Not really. The crazy thing is I didn't really need the money either. Well, actually, you know what? It wouldn't be bad for me to just unlock Denzel. So there's actually still an advantage there. Okay. So we're gonna chat with Also occurred to me I should be taking advantage of the effort here, so... Oh, but you know what? We don't get much in terms of rows. Heart, moon, or rose. Do get quite a bit from... Alright, something familiar. Something half buried in the sand. I also have the option of going to the less. What do you mean going to the less? Well, as you hear, less is more. So that's a heart, rose, and a scale. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay, so we're going to get Mr. Kill to go to the firelit doorway. A mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. I might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. So the one drawback here is that this is going to generate a memory, which I might have been able to use otherwise, but it's not like... My goodness, a memory foresight. I could have, you know... There's no other way I can ever get that. So, but I think we're going to say the rest of the day is kind of a write-off. So, help with letters. I could... Yeah, just nothing else really makes sense here. Yeah, we'll just make money and then kind of I'll just accept that this was not a smart turn for me, but that clearly our priority, assuming that it's not like a stormy day, our priority is going to be to get Mr. Kill to get up to the next level. I was gonna use her for like gossip and stuff like that, but it's like we're not gonna get anything. There's no point in doing research. It was just kind of a wasted day. I wish it were otherwise, but did not use the time well. Shame on me. How do I live with myself? A hush house key. All right, well, I'm not gonna argue with that. Can't put it back in place? Alright, well, there you go. It's powerful. I mean, I'm happy to have it. All right, the fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. I still like this line, too. The postmistress will break larger currency into change, but don't tempt her anger with so mean and small a coin as this. I may have to wrap up. Yeah, it's actually getting quite late, so I'll probably wrap up after tomorrow in terms of game time. So just, again, because there's so little time for this beta, and because I do want to be a good tester, the way it's probably going to work is I'm most likely going to take this session and just continue to record it on my own. And then I'll make sure that I'll probably spend a lot of time with it, so it'll all wind up on YouTube. If I get a chance to do it live, I will. But just keep in mind, because we're tight on time, what I'll most likely do is, do my recordings and then like go live and so on and so forth. So there may be some jumps, but in the end, we have gotten fairly deep into the house. So as far as I'm concerned, we're just sort of picking up. Where we'd left off from before. So we'll see how it works. Anyways, let's see what we're up. No matter what happens, I want to use the whisk to bring in Mr. Kill. Letter from Oriflammes. Oh, snow. So I think that actually heals my... yeah, I think it'll be fine. Oriflammes established 1776, Sense, Signs, Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase an investigation of a founded country. Recordings from the Atlantic coast. We can actually afford this. I might have liked to have bought a language, but this has a certain logic to it. Okay. So, I take the snow. If I take these and then the Faust. What? I guess I have to drink something. Just how heavy is this snow? Sure, the second flesh is Cure my malady. You have supplied enough sky. So we're losing our ability to do, like, the eternal, cataloging. But what we're gaining is the ability to do more moon stuff. And as you can see, there's actually quite a bit of moon that we're going to be able to work with. So, if we could get... Well, we'll see what happens after the healing, but I have one of the reasons I'm willing to buy this is I think it'll give me a skill that might crack this thing open. Also, just in general, it would be nice if our skills were a bit higher. As far as Mr. Kill goes, really all we're trying to do is get, like, regret, hindsight... Oop. Lala Kamiya. Huntress, Gourmet, occasional bureau consultant. When it can't be killed and it really needs killing, Kamiya is the one they turn to. And Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Okay, she is interested in Edge and Rose, so we're going to need to wait a minute for a conversation with her. I've been offered a contract to stalk Medusa in Budapest. To stalk, not to hunt. I'm not a fool. Try a book with Mystery Edge or Mystery Mose. Okay. I absolutely want to do this, but Lala's going to be around for a while, and I still need to see if I can get Mr. Kill up to the level that I need of Winter. So while we're waiting, let's take our... I am a complete idiot. Sure, we'll do fortune telling. Why not? I'll probably also use health, but... also a fisherman who I believe has sky aspects. Okay, 2 moon, 1 sky. So not exactly something that we can't get in other places, but not bad. So I am really interested in seeing what happens with the affair of the absent friend. Obviously, it was disappointing not to be able to do with that with Dr. Adim. If I could, yeah. Again, it's nice to be able to get certain languages from people, but this is something new that I haven't seen yet. So we'll see how it goes. We're not going to make much money from this, but we've got a penny, so I wanted to. Didn't want it to be lonely. Okay, we'll use the health now. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Finished. Oh, right. Time, peace, recovery. So I'm gonna change my approach in a little bit. I don't want to so using stuff in the sweet bones, I don't hate it. It's not the most inspired choice I could be making because I clearly don't need to worry about money right now. What I do need to worry about is getting access to different parts of the house, and that's just not happening right now. I also seem to be having some spectacularly bad luck in terms of the types of memories I'm getting. So it's quite possible that we won't be able to get Mr. Kill up to the winter level that we want. So as a Hail Mary, we're going to try and get the influence from the Sweet Bones. I'm the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brandkrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. So I lied when I said that I was going to do one more day, seeing as we've got some moon that we're going to be able to work with. Okay, I'm going to talk to him about... No! God damn it! Okay, we're definitely not... We're definitely not getting him to the level we need. Oh man, that's a real kick in the balls. So if we didn't accidentally turn that into a conversation, if instead we used the whist to talk with him, that would have been enough to actually get the level we need. As it is, I think it's going to turn into night before we can get something from this hindsight. We'll hope. I'm going to just hover over the space bar and pray we have enough time to talk with Mr. Kill, but... Fortune smiles. So with a memory, I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Okay, so that brings him up to 6 winter. That means we can go to the 3rd floor of the ascent. So all in all, a good day's work. And then we can still talk with Lalakamia. We'll give her, I think Debellus Mirorum is the only edge text we have. Well, sorry, that's not true. We can also give her the high endeavors of the noble tradition. But she doesn't have Latin. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Okay. So, grand descent, the 3rd floor. Frost crackles on the window panes as I ascend, and the light strikes at my eyes like knives, another of Van Loren's forbiddings. Alright, the Legion Medusa is long dead, as is well attested. It's nevertheless well attested that also that she walks the streets of Budapest by moonlight. That's just one of those things. But now, for the first time, she's being glimpsed in daylight too. What could that portend? Visitors with an interest in Edge or Rose mysteries will want to talk about this. I've been offered a contract to stalk Medusa in Budapest. To stalk, not to hunt. I'm not a fool. Try a book with as much mystery edge or mystery rose as their matching interest. Okay, so one thing I am interested in, I don't want to commit it because I have every indication that she's not capable of speaking Latin. My visitor can't read Latin. This text is of no use to them. Okay, so the game just says it outright. But it would seem to me, if we add De Bellis Murorum Volume 3... Oh my... they're both Latin! Well, actually, there was no way I would have satisfied that anyway, so... Alright, I feel like a clown, but them's the breaks. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So let's see what we've got for the day. With Trist, oh Jesus, okay, Trist isn't as cool as I thought, so it's 1 moon and 2 moth. So realistically, the plan behind... the book where did I put the level 4... I didn't wind up on the bridge, did it? Huh. Okay, I bought a book from Oriflammes and I can't find it. Alright, rainy day, so that doesn't really give me too much. Oh, here we go. Okay, an investigation of a foundered country. So, we have enough though. So between Trist, Snow Stories, and a level 2 moon, and I think I can actually get that with a confounding parable. So from 108. Okay, so we'll read 108 using FET. There's a reason why I'm avoiding, calling in Mr. Kill or Mrs. Kill. I want to see what's on the other side of this, this room. So Grail is helpful. Actually, Nectar's helpful too. But the question is where we get the... Like, at every point now, we kind of need to figure out where we get the full value. Okay, so we've got the Shadowed Atrium, which is 5 Knock, 5 Lantern, and the Despoiled Laboratory, which is 6 Winter, 6 Forge. So this is a good argument for getting Mr. Kill and making him a super kill. You couldn't find anything suitable in your collection, or you decided not to help. And your weather. Your weather is also a disappointment. If I recall correctly, there's a couple of texts in the Despoiled Laboratory, so that should work out for us. Okay, so here we've got the confounding parable. That's the last thing that we needed for our easy moon text. It's a phonograph record. I can't actually listen to it. I'm just gonna cry now. So, if I want to... If I want to go on an adventure, I would use the confounding parable with the tryst and try and read one of those sixes and hope that I get lucky. And if I don't, I wind up depressed again. But maybe that's not so bad because I'm not able to use the... Yeah, actually, you know what? This is such a terrible way of thinking about it, but I've really got nothing to lose, right? So, the world despoiled. Because if I wind up depressed again, fair enough. You know, we already got past it once. And the reason why I unlocked this was because I thought I would be able to, to read a particular text, but I wasn't paying attention to the fact that it was a phonograph record. So, I'm sure a proper image will fix that, but yeah, I was careless. So. It's funny. I mean, if it asks me for another memory, we're solid, but kind of hoping for a bit too much. Moon Assemblance, perhaps. You provided Moon, but not enough to match Mystery Moon. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. Big if, though. There's still a chance. I think at this point we go back to Crowcross Sands and use Gathering Water. What is the sea seeded today? Don't have a relevant element to the soul. Can we find the other? A thing. All right, that might help us. How many moon things do we have? We do have a few widow's candles, so this probably gets eaten up by it. If it asks me for an element of the soul, I am going to rage. Rest my eyes. Take them out. Oh. Just a second. Okay, so as long as I have the relevant piece of art, I should be fine. I just don't remember which one is Mooney. I do know which one that one is, though. Oh, there we go. Take a moment to look at something here. Still a chance. Okay, The World is Spoiled, subtitled Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents a medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, sometimes unkindly called the Cutter. The poem is a substantial variation on the Fisher King tale. A wounded wasteland monarch learns that he and his land can be cured, but that the cure is their own response to ever more savage maladies. Gideon concludes with a concrete example that the mysteries can be used to despoil mine own soaks, and then the soak can then be refined with sufficient heart into the sanguis sultandis. Okay, so this big shelf on the top is going to be my moon shelf because I have a lot of them. Okay, let me just make sure. Throw that right into consideration. A new skill: the greater plagues may now not be cured cured, only bound. The very greatest of all may be entreated, and it is death to do so improperly. Another thing I want to do is just take a quick look. Introduction to the history. Hindsight, so we probably should just use the Arabetta desk at this point, but I don't have an edge desk. Do I have a floss desk? Apparently not. I knew they were telling me lies. Alright. So this is just to avoid the nonsense with Mr. Kill. Again, if I can get him up to 6 winter, this gives us access to more texts, which is good. Okay, memory foresight, not important. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so it's hushery or preservation. Again, I'm kind of window shopping here. So if I were to commit it to hushery, we would get a tryst, which is not important to us, or a heart, which again, there is some logic behind it, but in the end, I am trying to preserve these for higher levels so that I can take advantage of the different paths through the Tree of Wisdoms. This may fall apart, but it's the first time I've tried to take advantage of those different paths. So I wanted to see realistically whether or not I could pull that off. Okay, gossip doesn't really do much for me. Hindsight does. So exalt with a memory. We've got 6 winter, which means we have a laboratory. And we'll earn money with at the Sweet Bones for good measure. And we found sand. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So that was the right call in terms of manually getting something for Mr. Kill. Despoiled laboratory. This was the alchemist's workshop and a picture gallery, but the pictures have been flung down and the vessels overturned, the solvents and the reagents spilt, and it will be time-consuming and dangerous to repair. So the Megaphene Mysteries have sort of pushed me up in terms of my moon game. We have 5, which basically means we're still taking our lives in our hands by reading moon texts. But it's not quite as savage as... excuse me. It's not as savage as... the one we had before, where basically we needed like 2 of the 3 to break our way. Alright, lots to check out here. Oh man, this looks so different now. Ava DeWolf. This is the crystal called Scolecite, the wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. Okay, so we've got an uncatalogued book from the Curia period. Oh, is it only 1 book now? Alright. Lots of cool paintings, though. So, Lady Tryphon. I really like the way, when they say in the Byzantine style, I really like the way that looks. Glory's Gift. Lord Monday. Hey! I remember Lord Monday. The Foundlings. Man, some of these paintings are really good. Stargalling. Okay. What does the laboratory... Okay, forge... Ah! Alright, so with pentiments and precursors, we might be able to make a witching tisane. Surely there was some kind of, like, grail. Really? No grail plants? Just trying to experiment, man. Pretty sure Cocoa doesn't count as an ingredient. Oh, okay. A beguiling melody. Okay. I am delighted that that's a possibility, but I'm just regret that this game doesn't actually show you how you turn a drink like that into a melody. Oops. We've got a scale tool now, which is nice. So, okay, so with health... Oh, actually, yeah, that... let me just think about that. So, with scale, so we take scale and the tool, that's 3. Health is 4. Fear brings us up to 6. Ah, okay, so we're still short of the 8 that we need, though. I think we're... I believe the only other scale text that we have is an 8. But it doesn't hurt to double check. Nope, the Republic of Teeth. Okay, so I don't think I have any texts that can generate fear on their own. I can double check this, though. Black and White, Hunting Journals of Brian the Wolf, 7 Faces of Icarus, Treaties on the Underplaces, True History of Valentine the Wolf. Yeah. So I can't generate fear on my own, but if I do generate fear, health, pentaments and precursors, and the hourglass will be sufficient to get me what I need. Okay, let's Nation of the Black, not to be crossed and not to be found. So, two more barons, and then we've got the first phase done. All right. So I am gonna wait on the. Yeah, it's probably better to wait on the weather to see what we do with people. Hail. Okay. That is like it's good, but this is gonna throw me for a loop. So, let's think about our options. So, with Faust, that would bring us 4. Oh, do I not have a 2 sky? Oh, man. Yep. All the sky is just a little too short. Okay. So we, can try and do sky like we've done with some of these others, but it's risky. Alternatively, high traditions of the noble endeavor. Disciplines of the scar is 2, 5, Arab is 6. Seems to me like that's a no-brainer. Right, Torg's cleansing. Oh, stop. Edge a conquest. I can master this mystery. Enough edge to match mystery edge. So the high traditions of the noble endeavor. A blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Doesn't really matter what we do for the rest, so we'll use whist. Now I don't have a lot of use for rose or rose or moth. Like, they're not something I really need right now, so I feel like I can risk the fet a bit more than I can risk some of these others. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. It is possible it's contaminated, but, we have to... Like, we do actually need to play the game at some time, at some point, so... I'm just trying to think as far as what we use Mr. Kill for. I'm thinking we're going to use him for memories. But realistically, with my Faust, health, and well, health I want to employ. So either I go to the beach or I go to the moor. I'll try the moor this time. I can't see why we would want to use the Faust this turn, so I'll maybe just double check that there isn't something I can do here. Well, I mean, I can use the moon. I mean, I don't have that much, so moon with Megaphene Mysteries for 3. It would certainly be better than rolling the dice on some of these other texts. Well, not necessarily better, but yeah, you know what? We're already reading a book, so Apollo and Marsyas. This is actually something we should be able to read. The only catch is... Actually, no. With the right memory, we should still be able to pull this off. Yeah, I'll just keep it in the inventory. So hopefully we get something like a Memory Solace, and then once we're done walking the moor, we should be able to turn that into a result. Club members are assigned names out of noble myth: Joffrey, Roland, and, unexpectedly, Breadbettle. They claim to be heirs to the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. It's not the most exciting thing to do to make money, but I've kind of exhausted my other options. I can get 6 winter, I just don't think it's gonna matter. I will just double check though. Yeah, so what I really should be thinking about right now, the smoking room is not that hard for me to get. So I get Reverend Timothy, I give him Faust, and then, you know, anything else, really. The tricky part is actually getting Reverend Timothy, because I need to... Oh yeah, actually that's harder than I thought. For the simple reason that it has to be an element of the soul, so I can't actually use the Faust to raise him up. I actually need Shapt or another Faust to make that work, or I need to give up a drink in order to refresh the Faust, and I really don't want to do that. So that is in fact easier said than done. We got Hawthorn Blank, a wood favored by the Horned Axe. More sand. Why did I do that? I know I committed one of these. So because I still hold out hope that we're going to be able to employ quenchings and quellings. Yeah, Disciplines of the Scar is currently being... Wait, where is it? Yes, currently being used. I'm just trying to think about the next step. Really, I just need one heart. But anyways, their endeavor itself is a purifying fire, which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. So we will take the Disciplines of the Hammer, a new skill to purify and to combine the cells and the essences. Now, it may be that it's wiser for me to sort of pick particular skills rather than try and go broad like this, but the challenge is that I'm not 100% sure what all of them do yet. So I figure going broad is a bit better, and then if I have to rein it in future playthroughs, I'll know. Oh, the pause over here. I just want a heart. Just give me a heart. Alright. To purify and to combine the cells and the essences, the hammer shapes gates and shatters door within us and without. So, again, I'm probably not going to assign it, but it's nice to know. Okay, so even though I would like to keep my Nyctodromi for other things, Shapt is something I would seriously consider applying there. Especially if the alternative is Fet. So that's one that's a very serious consideration for Nyctodromi, even though, I may under other circumstances have wanted to preserve it. It does give me access. So like we've got 6 of the 9. So there are 3 more. Metal, Shapt, and then Core. I should have seen if there's a book that I can get the heart out of. This is a little embarrassing. Oh, there we go. Just in time. Okay, so we will consider Apollo and Marsyas. We will take the Memory Storm, Whist, which isn't relevant, and then Quenchings and Quellings. Heart onwards. Alright, Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. So I'm not really expecting much out of Mr. Kill here, but I figured we might as well get the memories nonetheless. Could be something cool. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. Speaking of regret, so we may not have our whist back in time for the start of the next day, but I still like that we're up a book. Again, there's a very strong argument for taking that shop, because that gives me access to Reverend Timothy, which gives me access to another room. The argument against the shop is that it's tying up a Nyctodromy skill in a slot, excuse me, that it doesn't need to go into. Hey! I like that timing. Alright. The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sibyl use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drive would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. Okay, surgeries and exsanguinations. I've gained more understandings of surgeries and exsanguinations. Use this card with consider or at a desk. A new skill. Surgery entails the flow of blood, and the flow of blood entails purification, but the door also opens the other way. Okay, it's a gale, so that has some implications in terms of our next choice. So if we go, I think I said we were going to go to the gloomy room, if memory serves. So the logic here is, let me just double check our options. Yeah, so these are both Reverend Timothy. So gloomy room, 1 heart for Mrs. Kill already. 1 heart from our health. 3 from the gale makes 5. Okay. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So the other thing that we can... Oh no, we can't shoot for the scale text because of... we'll be using our health, which is... which gets rid of our scale. We can, however... try walking? I don't have any knowledge to apply. I mean, I think it'll just take any knowledge, right? Nope. Alright, so we're going to chat with Mrs. Kill about the weather. And I really do need to wrap it up after that, so... more useful than one might expect, and especially in Britain. And gale trees bend, walls creaks, travelers bend low against the blast. Okay, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So that's some more heart for us. It's preservation and hushery, and it is effective against infestations. So there's probably some interesting applications here, but the fact that it's a hushery already kind of means I'm less likely. Well, again, it does get me a core. So I suppose the question comes, you know, how badly do I want to preserve hushery options? I mean, pretty badly if I'm honest, but right now I'll settle just for working out what my next texts are. So Republic of Teeth definitely is an achievable book. Okay. So we kind of knew we weren't going to be reading any other books today, so the Whist and the Fost definitely can be applied at the Sweet Bones. And then we'll see what goodies we pick up from these two places. Okay, so there's our 5 hearts. We use that to enter the gloomy room. The window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. So if we want to get to the second floor, we're going to need to wait for a proper storm. But the gale is still useful. I think what I'm going to do, we'll try and use the books that we find in the gloomy room, and perhaps the books that we find in the Motley Tower. Following that, I think probably... Oops, Serpentinite Slab, the grey-green root rock of the Cornish coast. And a curious seashell. Brandkrug is said to lie in the bounds where the world ends. Odd creatures have made their dying way to the beach. But yeah, depending on... So if we can get up here reasonably quickly, that means that we potentially have books that we can use to boost out our skills. Sort of the same story here, but if it feels like we're starting to stall out, then I think there's an argument to at least get the Shapt and use Reverend Timothy to access the Shadowed Atrium. We can already get Denzel, but we don't have metal to bring him as to the level of strength that we would like him at. Oh, there we go. The examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he is recorded to have gloated. But his great-great-grandson, Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in the room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other name was the Cutter. It was rumored that he brought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. So we've got 2 texts. We've also got a few other items we can play around with, but... yeah, the main details are these baronial books. Those are gonna basically these are gonna decide whether or not we can meaningfully move forward in terms of other lessons learnt and such, or if we need to lock in. Okay, I'm gonna speed things along. I'm going to see what the weather is tomorrow, and then maybe we'll catalog those books. And that'll be what I call it. I know I've said I'm just going to call it a few times. We're at 7 hours, though, and I do need to make sure that I use my time tomorrow well, so... I think also, too, I'm just very tired, and it's coming across in the commentary, so... Right. Storm. Again, has fairly major implications for how we're going to do this. So, start with Arab. I think the Fet and the Trist are the two that we apply to... Technically, I can do that with the Whist as well. Anyways, there is always a risk that we get cursed. But we do want to play the game, not just watch it, so... Catalog the two texts. So it is also worth recognizing here that I am specifically choosing to get to another level of the I'm specifically choosing to get to another level of Hush House as opposed to reading like On Resonance or Traveling at Night Volume 2. And I would actually love to read Traveling at Night. The difference is that like it's one book compared to what I can get from compared to what I can get from a room, which is generally more than one book. So we'll talk about the storm with Mrs. Kill, then we'll talk about health, and then we'll see where the rest goes. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Oblivions. It's not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century, and after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. So not only is that one... I am eager to read that one, but that is actually an achievable one. Also, we have got an Impertinent Vitulation, a 6 Grail text. Book of Kitchen Garden Techniques and Aphrodisiac Recipes, recorded by Ernestine Peterhans, the Iron Seneschal of Hush House for 3 generations of De Wolfs. So, let's just think about what the strategy... So the Impertinent Vitulation would be Pentaments and No, not Pentaments and Precursors. Do I not have a 2 Grail? I don't. So I can't actually... I'm not guaranteed an Impertinent Vitulation. I am, however, going to be able to read... Well, actually, I'm not going to be able to read this because I don't have a way of generating the... Nope, that's not true. Dendrian, if you're still awake, first of all, shame on you. But number 2, are you still around out of curiosity? Because it just occurred to me there is a reference I have made in here before that I don't think anybody would be able to appreciate, but I know you would. So I should have thought of it when you first came by. But if you're not around, first of all, you can't hear this, but number two, I will be able to share it on another occasion. Oh, you know what? I didn't even need the the aspect. We can just read this now. To a conclusion. All right. The Motley Tower, second floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. Again, that wasn't necessary, it turns out, but I wasn't thinking. That they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and its most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. The Motley Tower Dispensary. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some at least of its more eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Alopoli in his time here. By that point, he had severed ties with his adopted father. He'd been using the Alopoli name for years and had no access to the Strathcoyne fortune, but, traveling at night, had sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. So we are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, and a couple of them I can already read. So Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections, Perigane Diaries. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenience for oblividiots to confine to the despoil of their enemies. It's higher uses. It has higher uses. Certainly, it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. Oblividiots is an amazing coinage, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't in Cultist Simulator. Okay, we're reading the Ragged Crossroads to understand why 4 paths were not taken. Now, if we had... Okay, so we've got 2 sky texts. This is definitely one we should be able to read. Oh. We have that one. Yeah, so there's a few texts we don't actually need to catalog now, which is good. Snoodle Jar is a moth and lantern tool, so we can use that to push a few people over the edge. And Crossroads 2 Edge 1 Winter, it's an Illumination or Skolakosophy, so neither of those are available to me right now. Okay, I think I'm going to call it there. I could cross over into another day, but I've noticed that each time I said I've I do that, I wind up crossing over into yet another day. So I don't think I'm going to be able to make anything. So one possibility here is in winter we can hire a fisherman. Fisherman has two sky. Fost can bring that up to 3. And then, yeah, so we can actually get them up to a 5 sky, but it would require a gale. Well, even then, if it's a gale, we would be able to turn them into a level 6. But the thing is I don't believe there's any books on the 3rd floor. So in that case, there would be a better argument for reading the sky text instead. In any case, something for us to consider in the future. But thank you everybody for watching. I've had a great time with Book of Hours. So this was, I think, the 20th I started, 21st. Yeah, no problem. So just a reminder, obviously for those of you that want to keep seeing more, Cultist Simulator and, well, maybe not Cultist Simulator, but Book of Hours, I'm going to try and do this as much as I can while the beta is running by. But honestly, my next streaming day that's regularly scheduled is Monday, which is going to be basically the last day of the beta. So my plan is, if I can do extra broadcasts, I will, I'll fit those in. If you want to know when the broadcasts are happening, the best way, honestly, is just follow on Twitch. I know I do stuff other than Book of Hours. If you, a second best is Twitter. I usually announce when I'm going to do something on there, but like right when I'm ready to broadcast. And then, of course, the plan is that between now and the next live broadcast, I am probably going to continue the save with like a pre-recorded video on YouTube. So I do apologize for those who might miss out on some of the stuff, but I think getting as much Book of Hours as I can in its closing days, well, for the beta, I think that's going to override the idea of recording every minute on a live broadcast, because again, it's already been 7 hours. But let's see if there's anybody that we can host tonight. Not really. So yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thanks everybody for watching, and I will see you Monday at the latest. Take care.